I'd like to call this May 8th meeting to order. If we could have a roll call, please.
Paul Foster.
Here.
Charlie Toy. Here. Derek Scobie.
Here.
Ashley Robinson. James Johnson. Tommy Johnson III.
Present.
Brad Hawley. Jim Holman.
Here. I just got a text from Mr. Hawley. He's caught in traffic. He'll be here momentarily. But we'll get going. We have a long agenda today. I'd like to point out the notice of this meeting was properly posted on May 4th, 2026. And if I could ask Mr. Foster to lead us in Pledge of Allegiance. I didn't forget it. Thank you, sir. And item 1 is discussion and possible actions to approve the minutes of our April 28th, 2026 meeting.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. Item 2, receive, accept, and discuss report by Jail Administrator Tim Kimmery and/or those persons designated by him. Mr. Kimmery.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Operational update. Next slide, please. Some of the items we're going to cover today, just some of our life-saving awards we had. Do you want me to go ahead and do those now? Do you want me to wait? I know it's posted on number 3 on the agenda. Do you want me to
I
wait?
think it'd be fine.
Just wait till.
We have a long, no, I think it'd be fine if you want to do it.
Go ahead and do it now?
We have
Okay.
a long agenda and
Right. Okay.
let's move along.
We just have a few folks here. If Officer Codavari is here, and Nurse Taryn Prince, Nurse Bethany Tyler, and Nurse Joshua Solomon. Are they here? Yeah. Could y'all come up here real quick? Okay, these 2 individuals, there's 2 others that couldn't be here today, but this is from an incident, an overdose that happened back in April, and they were instrumental in providing life-saving measures, providing CPR and Narcan, and was able to revive the individual. And so for their efforts, we wanted to recognize them and give them a certificate. So Bethany, thank you so much. Again, these individuals I think are our unsung heroes over at the jail, and this is kind of a common. It's not it's kind of a common thing for us. I don't want it to be a routine, but I think they really go above and beyond. So I just want to recognize their efforts. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the health department, Oklahoma Health Department, showed up at our door Monday morning, and we sat down. We met with them and had a quick meeting, and we opened our books and our doors, and they had unrestricted access to anywhere in the jail. So they did their yearly inspection. Took them a couple of days. Some of the deficiencies that during our exit interview with them that we listed here. Some of those were safety checks, site checks. I think a majority of that particular issue was on some of the log books that weren't, properly maybe filled out correctly. The other thing was our kitchen floor. There's a big hole crater that's in our floor down there. I did a little bit of research. It's been there for about 8 years now. And they've tried filling it a couple times with some, Flex Seal and things like that. The problem is that that particular area stays wet, and it's hard to keep that dry enough to get that down. So we're looking at some other options, maybe some other materials that we can come in there and fill that up so that can get corrected. Other than that, there were no other issues with the kitchen. As I said, it was extremely clean. And of course the showers, and I think most of that was from some of our inmates leaving bars of soap and small shampoo bottles in there. But overall, from the feedback that we received, is very positive. There were some things that need to be addressed, but I think it was in a lot better than what it was in the past. So,
Mr. Kimray, I've never interrupted you this early,
Yes, sir.
but please give a more of a definition of crater. I know it's not a crater, and people are already starting to write stuff. So let them know it's not a crater, literally.
well, not a crater like a big crater on the moon, but it's probably a foot and a half wide, something like that.
How deep?
Yeah, it's not. It's probably about like this. It's along a line where the concrete meets, two, and it's just.
How deep is it?
I'm gonna say maybe a inch, 2 inches.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah,
The picture is so much better now for every
yeah.
inch.
I'll bring you a picture next time. Yeah, it's not like a huge big hole. I apologize. Maybe I used the wrong terminology, but it's something that I think we can fix probably pretty easy. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, our April 26, 2026 daily population. As of today, we have got 16 inmates. 140 of those are JNSs. That number for JNSs has gone up a little bit because DOC last couple of weeks has kind of restricted us from bringing the usual amount of people down to Lexington. We're hoping to get back on track, hopefully with DOC next week, so we can get that number back down. We was at 69 a couple of weeks ago, and that's where we'd like to kind of keep it. And of course, our average daily population has been so far for 2026 running around 1450. All right, next slide. Okay, our employee count. We currently have 344 employees over there at the OCDC. 54 of those are medical staff. And of course, our current academy currently has 34. And I'll talk a little bit more about the academy here in just a second. Next slide. This is our elevator project. We identified all of our floors. We wanted to go in and get these things cleaned up, get them disinfected, get them painted, make them look a lot better. And so we've kind of completed this project, and they've done a great job getting these things looking, getting them in shape, getting them cleaned up, and getting them painted. And thanks to our maintenance folks and all those involved in getting this project completed. Okay, our Detention Officer Academy started on May 4th. We started with 35 cadets, and I just checked with the training director this morning. We've lost one this week, but we're still hanging at about 34. I talked to each one of the cadets also today, asked if anybody was planning on quitting or getting ready to quit. They said no, so that was encouraging. I hope that they keep that attitude. We're pretty excited about this group and about just the number of cadets that we have in there. And of course, the plan is, well, it's not a plan, that they will replace all of the folks that we lost during for the VHS contract. So they will replace those that deficit that was caused by ending the contract with VHS. All right, next slide. And of course, this week has been National Corrections Officers Employees Week. We've had some activities and some events over at the jail. We had a little hamburger fry, fish fry, and some treats and things like that for our employees. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of the men and women that work over there, the job that they do, and kind of sometimes unappreciative job over there, but they've been really great. And thanks to all the people that put these events together to make it just a little bit better, a little bit more enjoyable over there at the jail. So I want to thank all those folks. And also, speaking of Corrections Week, there's 3 of us that'll be attending the American Jail Association Conference in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Next week, we'll be going up there. We've got several jail tours planned up there, and so we're looking forward to going up there and seeing what we can learn. Okay, our Criminal Investigation Division, we've got 41 cases that have been completed. We do have, this is a little bit concerning to me, we have inmates, cases that involve inmates that have assaulted our staff. There's about 5 of those right now. We have filed about 7 charges. We have several ongoing investigations into our Cash App, and of course, they use a Cash App card for some of their criminal enterprises they have going on up there. So we're really looking into that and working with the outside agencies on seeing if we can't get that reduced a little bit. And also, of course, our contraband searches, our facility-wide contraband searches that we've got our investigations team that's working with our other folks up on the floors. And that's probably the most important thing, or the most important impact that we've had over there, is doing these daily cell searches. That's produced significant results, and it's probably the most important thing that we've done that's brought the death rate down to where it is. I know this isn't wood, but it'll have to work. So that is still going well, and we're going to continue to do that on a daily basis. Right, next slide. And of course, this is just some of the contraband that we pulled out of some of these cell searches. I talked to some of our folks yesterday and asked them if they had found anything in the cell searches they did most of this week. They said no, that it's really going down. And I said, well, that's a good thing. If we're not finding stuff, that's a good thing. That means we're getting it, a lot of it we're getting out of there. So kudos to the men and women on our cell team searches that are doing that. Okay, our medical division, I'm going to ask Sarah to come up here and talk to you about all of our medical. Yeah, come on. I'm up here at the big stand.
Afternoon. How is everybody? I know most of you. My name's Sarah. I'm one of the providers over there and also the medical administrator. So first off, Narcan. We did have 6 Narcan that were administered in the month of April. ER sendouts, as you can see, we had 35, which is, I think, a little bit less than we had the previous month, so that's good. If you want to go to the next slide, that'd be good. Okay, let me get this here. Okay, so we are working on some reentry programs for people. This is one of the biggest updates I have. So we have a reentry coordinator that's working with inmates to make sure that we can try to get them back out and not come back into the facility. So some of the successes that we've had, we had a patient that was accepted to First Steps Recovery Program. They actually had an accessory to murder charge, which is a really violent charge for those of you that aren't aware. And it's really difficult to find programs that are going to accept people for reentry. So rehabilitation, recovery, learning life skills, doing DHS parenting classes. That patient was accepted, which is fantastic. We have another patient that was accepted into Hope is Alive and has weekly interviews until they are released. 2 other patients we have are scheduled to do interviews with the Dragonfly House. And if you're not familiar with them, they work specifically with sex trafficking victims. So we had a meeting Monday with Vice, with OKC PD, and the Dragonfly House to be able to try to coordinate care for these people. Another patient that we have has an interview to hopefully get into the male First Step Recovery Program. On the next slide, you can see these are people that we have partnered with. Melissa Watson and us, we're actually, Walton, we're just discussing She Brews. It sounds like a fantastic organization. We've reached out to them to see if we can get some women into their program. Hands Up, and again, the Dragonfly House, the Magdalene House, Secrets of the Heart. All these are just places that we have partnered with to be able to try to get people back and off the streets. So back to where they can live their lives, hopefully be with their kids, have housing, and go through recovery. So super excited about that. Our dentist, he again is doing a phenomenal job. He sees more than just doing routine cleanings. He's doing root canals, fillings, extractions. So super proud of his work and just wanted to mention that here. Any concerns or questions? Thank you.
Sarah,
Yes.
just more of a comment.
Yeah.
Any of my colleagues, do you all ever communicate with Sarah about maybe receiving a phone call from someone in the county? You ever? Yes. Okay. So I think I've called you probably about 6 times over
Quite
the
a
last.
few. Quite a few.
And she is always so very responsive. She never complains. Well, I'll ask her, do you mind if the family member calls? She always says, just give them my cell number. I just want to commend her publicly for what you do. And I have a follow-up with the family member or friend, and they say that you followed through. Thank you so
Fantastic.
much.
Thank you so much. It's a team effort for sure.
Thank you.
Anyone
Sarah.
else? No? Okay, thank you.
Pastor, I always call you back too.
You do.
All right, current population statistics. All right, this doesn't change. It's pretty much the same each month. Obviously, Black, White, and Hispanic is our top 3 races as far as population goes. Next slide. All agencies arrest by race. So far, again, it's White, Black, and Hispanic. And again, this doesn't change that much monthly. Oklahoma City PD arrest by race. White, Black, Hispanic again. Edmond Police Department. Again, this doesn't change a whole lot. Top 3 are the same. Oklahoma County, again, pretty much the same as the other agencies that we serve. This is Oklahoma City Police Department's bookings for April. We had a total of 1,286 people brought into our facility. 506 of those were on city charges only. 780 were state and city charges. Out of 506, 479 were released under the 10-hour kind of metric that we've implemented over there. We want everybody out under 10 hours. So we're doing a pretty good job. There's still some things we need to get corrected. Obviously, we're hoping after this academy graduates and we get one more academy under our belt, that will certainly increase our numbers, and I'm hopeful that we can get that down. 27 had greater than a 10-hour release time, obviously due to parents toward municipal courts prior to their release. The top 5 agencies, again, doesn't change a whole lot. Oklahoma City Police Department, Oklahoma County Sheriff, Midwest City, Edmond PD, and OCDC. The total bookings for our first 10 months of this FYI, we are kind of operating at a trust error high. This is since 2021, we're at about 19,604. So it's gone up about 1,000 folks. So, and our current charges, we have 128 folks in for murder. 13 in for manslaughter. Out of those, 116 are male, 15 are female. Our total felonies is 1,519, and we have 930 criminal misdemeanors. Our special housing classification, which is all down. All three categories are down from March, which is good. Protective custody, we're down 2. Mental health observation, we're down 34, which is really good. And our sentenced inmates, we're down 30 from March. And of course, last but not least, our resident welfare programs are in full swing again. They're being very, very productive. I had a couple meetings with some of the folks from Diversion Hub. They're very pleased. We got Peace City in there now. We've got classes running. Our GED and our high school equivalency folks are in the facility, and we did hire a new chaplain here several months ago because the chaplain that we had left. So we're happy to have him, and they're putting together a volunteer academy. So things are hopefully looking up, and we're anticipating good things going forward. And that's all I have, pending any questions.
Any questions, any comments? Thank you, Mr. Kimmery.
Yes, sir.
And we've already done item 3, so we'll go to item 4, receive, accept, and discuss report regarding income statements, financial reports, and current budget. Stevie
Good
Hampton.
afternoon. I know there's a lot of agenda items, so I'm going to just do a very brief financial update today. For April, we produced a positive financial impact of $1,236,022, and that is due to the first supplemental payment that we received from Oklahoma County. That was in the amount of $1,882,570. Had we not received this payment, we would have had a deficit of almost $650,000. So we are very appreciative and want to say thank you for awarding us those funds. And at this point, the amount of the supplemental is going to get us through the end of the FY, pretty much spot on with our projections. So
That's
all
where they're
looks well.
tracking, right?
I'm sorry?
They're tracking in the first month.
Yes, within $70,000, less than $70,000 at projections versus actuals. So very close.
Questions for Ms. Hampton?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stevie.
Beg your pardon?
I said thank you, Stevie.
Oh. Number 5, discussion possible action to approve invoices and claims for the May 8th, 2026. Those are all available with the agenda. Any questions or a motion to approve? If no questions,
Motion to approve.
do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr.
Item 6, discussion possible action to approve the revised estimate of needs for fiscal year 26-27. I think the comment I would.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Foster, may I have your vote, please, sir?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. I think this has already been submitted to the BET and they've acted on it, but we needed our approval since it had been revised. And if you, any questions on that? Do we have a motion to approve it?
Motion to approve.
And do we have a second? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 7, receive, accept, discuss reports or comments by the trust chairman, who at this time has none other than to say, we apologize for such a long agenda, but when we get to the point of talking about our next meeting, we are going to recommend that this be our May meeting, there not be a meeting following on the rest of the month. And Vice Chairman, do you have any comments?
No, no comments.
Number 8, the Citizens Advisory Board report is, as Ms. Inkelke had another engagement. She was a keynote, so she couldn't delegate, and we'll skip 8, and there will be a report next month. Number 9, discussion possible action to approve addendum to the lease agreement between Oklahoma County Criminal Justice Authority and ImageNet Consulting. Mr. Kimmer, you want to give us just a real quick thumbnail
Well,
on
I
it?
think that was addressed in our last meeting.
It was?
The ImageNet, yes,
Okay,
yes.
very good. Number 10, discussion possible action to ratify employee raises instituted by the jail administrator within the scope of his authority on January 9th, 2026. Mr. Scobie, do you have any comments since this is your request?
Unfortunately, was preoccupied with a very serious matter. I apologize.
no
I apologize for that. Oh,
I would also say before you start that we do have a citizens participation request on this item from Mr. Neal, and we can put him in whenever you.
yeah, thank you. So we know that the January 12th vote, what took place, and then subsequent, all of the other issues that took place. I do believe that we now have a ladies and gentlemen agreement that there won't be any type of raises that are given without that being brought to the board for a vote. Now, we're not talking about, 5 or even maybe 10 raises, but not, we're talking about 20, 25 raises, and not even 5 or 10 one month and then 5 or 10 another month, just so we can have some type of rhythm that still creates 100 raises. So I was in full disagreement of the way that it transpired. I would hope that our chair, as well as our administrator, would both acknowledge that it wasn't the best way to go about it. But with that, I am certainly not going to be a proponent of rescinding these raises. I do believe that there have been lifestyle changes that have been made by some of those detention officers, whether that's been they bought a car because their car was breaking down, or they moved out of their house of their parents, or out of a bad relationship, something that we do not need to snatch the rug out from under these detention officers. But then also, we don't need to continue with any type of court proceedings, and then we waste more of Oklahoma taxpayers' money. I do want to commend Mr. CJ Neal for taking this up. I do not believe he did it in a malicious manner. I believe he was holding us accountable as a board in Oklahoma County that we should have done things differently. I do want to also say that, it just took me a minute to find my rhythm, right? All right, I'm there now. When this happened on January 12th, the raises had been discussed. There were 2 buckets of raises, which I understood that from the beginning, but there were raises that had been discussed about these 100 raises somewhere in December. But then January the 9th, there was a memo that was sent out by the jail administrator, Mr. Tim Kimray, that informed the detention officers that these raises would be on their next pay cycle. That was January 9th. But then January 12th, the vote was taken and we said no more raises. Now this is just me. If I had led that effort, I would have said, oh, wait a minute. Now, we just did these raises like 3 days ago. We gave these. Are you talking about these also? That's what I would have done. But the chair and the administrator didn't do it that way. I'm not condemning them. I'm just saying they didn't. But I would have stopped and said, wait a minute. So with all of that, I just want to make a motion that we ratify the employee raises that was instituted by the jail administrator.
Okay, we have a motion.
I don't like the language of this within the scope, because that I didn't write this, but within the scope, because I don't believe, no. I don't know how we need to do this because 100 raises are not ever going to be within his scope. So I don't know if somebody help me with the language, if we can remove that part of the language, or we're going to have to put this back on another agenda. I apologize, but that part, yeah, that I did not, I did not see that. So who do we have in here representing? Is Aaron, am I missing? Somebody just needs to give me some counsel on how this can be done. Because am I making any sense? This is not within his scope. I think I'm looking over here at our DA. This is never going to be within the scope of the jail administrator to give 100 raises. 100 raises, never. So
It seems that with the vote that was taken after these raises already takes care of that going forward.
she heard her name. Could you come to the lectern and the part about and we can, these things happen. So Mrs. Etherington, she put this on the agenda for me, but it was just the language of the instituted by the jail administrator and within the scope of his authority. That's moving forward, and that was not within the scope of his authority because the chair is the one per the letter that was written February the 2nd said that he approved them. So he didn't approve them. So therefore, it would never be within his scope, and it would never be within the chair's scope or any of our scope unilaterally to give 100 raises.
I believe it was in the scope of Mr. Kimmery's powers that he has as the jail administrator. I understand if you don't like the language of the agenda item, you're still free to ratify the raises.
Yeah, okay, I'll definitely make that motion, but no, it was not within his scope because he did not approve those raises. Now, I didn't want to get right back here, but the chair approved the raises per the letter. And Mr. Kimmery stood right there and said he did not approve the raises. I just don't,
May I make a point?
excuse me?
May I make a point?
Yeah, absolutely.
I agreed with the raises. He had already approved them. So where you're getting maybe caught up in a technicality, actually, I approved that it was within his scope. And I did write a letter to that effect. But as far as I approved the idea, but I didn't make a formal approval of jail administrators' functions. I don't know if that helps, sir, but that's the way it went down.
That wasn't the case. It's a full-fledged letter that you wrote and you said you approved them. I'm sorry that I feel like I'm wasting people's time, but I'm too analytical to just let that pass. You did in the letter say that you approved the raises. Mr. Kimmery said there at the lectern that he did not approve the raises. So I'm just, well, you did write the letter.
I did write the letter.
And you did say in the letter that you approved them. You said, although I believe it's within the scope of his, in essence, position to make the decision to do it, but you approved them. That's what you said in the letter.
I did say that in the letter. But again, it was within the scope of his duties, and I can't back up on what I did. That's what I did.
I just simply said,
We can argue about the letter all we want to, sir, but that's exactly what I did, and I'm not going to change that position.
But you said that you just said that you didn't approve the letter.
No, I wrote the letter that said I approved that in his capacity he could move, and that's what the letter says. So do with it what you feel is right.
All due respect, I just don't appreciate when you sit here and you say that you didn't do X, Y, Z, but you did do it, and then you follow back up with, well, I didn't. It's just talking like out of two sides. You're not.
You're entitled to your opinion,
Well,
sir.
no,
I
it's,
disagree
I mean,
with you.
okay, the letter,
So
in the letter.
we either move on or we don't, but that's
in,
where we are.
in the letter, did you approve the raises?
No, not in the direct sense that you're asking. I approve the fact that he did it within his scope. And that is the only thing I approved, and I'm not gonna change that, no matter how long we sit here and discuss it.
You're not going to change
No,
it.
sir.
Then I move that it is stricken, and I would ask whoever's trying to move forward with an injunction and lawsuit, they need to move forward.
Very good. Mr. Neal, you still want to speak? If he's here, I don't know if he's here.
Members of this board, the reason why this suit was even brought about is because it was the feeling of many people within the community that a unilateral decision was made after a vote was taken on January 12th. I don't know whether this is something that could be ratified in order to be able to resolve this, because in our last court hearing, the one thing that I did state before the magistrate that's currently hearing this is that if this matter was brought to the board and was done correctly, that we were ready to dismiss this case. Given what's just been said here in the last few minutes, I don't know whether that is going to be the correct course of action. This is what I would ask. So this way we can save a whole lot of time and a whole lot of taxpayer dollars. If the matter is brought forward and this board agrees that the vote that was taken on the 12th should stand, then I would ask that it be honored. If the board changes its mind because of what Trustee Scobie just mentioned as far as people receiving that money, and because of that you don't want to burden them and you don't want to put them out, we just move forward, I'm fine with that too. The only thing that I had an issue with is that a governing body that's over a detention center would make the kind of decisions that were made when any of us that are citizens here, if we did that, would face some kind of consequence. This is not meant to say that the people at that jail don't deserve raises, don't need raises, especially in this economy. Everybody needs the raises, but you can't just go against something when a governing body of the state of Oklahoma has made a decision. And that is the reason why this suit was brought forward, because it didn't seem like there was going to be any kind of momentum to rectify that unless it was brought before the court. Mr. Holman, what I would ask of you as chair or this board is that if it's determined that this can be ratified to where this situation can be resolved, I'm more than willing to dismiss the matter. But if we're going to continue on to do things to the point to where citizens are having to appear before court and all sorts of other things are brought up in court proceedings, then I don't know where we go forward. I'm just going to ask that if there is a vote, if it can be ratified, if it can be done in a manner that's appropriate, that it be done. And if not, then we would have to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to withdraw my motion, but I'm going to read this. This is the last paragraph of the letter that is dated February the 5th. It says, this is from Jim Holman. What Mr. Kimray has done, and so stated during the most recent meeting at the budget evaluation team, is to increase the starting pay for the position of detention officers from $41,508.60 per year to $47,000. This increase will result in an increase in the total payroll, including benefits, by $238,950.02 for the FY. Mr. Kimray consulted me, and though I believe, he has the authority to do this without my approval, I both concurred and approved. I am a true believer this will provide a variety of very positive and measurable benefits for OCDC operations. I both concurred and approved. And with that, I make the motion to ratify.
Do we have a second?
Second. Oh, go ahead.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Number 11, I believe we have Mr. Falk. Is he here? Yeah. This is discussion possible action to approve resolution number 2026-1779, approving settlement for the estate of Lane versus Oklahoma County Criminal Justice Authority.
Yes, this is a $7 million settlement, one of 3 deaths or the estates of which will be discussed in executive session today. So I want to make a couple of quick points. First of all, those of you who know, who read the paper, because I never heard it discussed up here, one of the reasons this became, I believe, a critical issue to address and to actually resolve and do a settlement is because trustee and Pastor Scobie at a town hall meeting at Ebenezer Church said that this is a $75 million lawsuit and we will lose repeatedly. So as you're up here wanting to call people to task for their mistakes, I have yet to hear you apologize for, I believe, overstepping your authority and saying that we are going to lose a $75 million lawsuit, which ended up in the Oklahoman as an article. I think it's important for future reference, just like as we're talking about these pay raises, that this never happen again. I believe that, having several attorneys in my family, I believe that it is a detriment to the efforts of the governmental body to resolve this in a way that does not cost taxpayers $7 million. I believe we were put on the spot for that. I also read the lawsuit. It was actually only $45 million, if I'm reading that right. But again, I just think that's an issue. I think for future reference, we need to be sure that we do not step into the legal realm and say publicly on a live stream that later ends up in the Daily Oklahoman that we are going to lose $75 million. I am glad that the estate did not push this and use that in court, but I do think it's a problem. And again, I'm going to speak a little later to the MOU and the transporting of the detainees, but I do want to say, as we have reduced the deaths in that jail, and we are, I know, resolving issues that are from the past, lawsuits from the past, it's very important that we stay on this path. And it's a good path in my mind. Yes, we have things that I would say need to be improved at that jail, but we've come a long ways. It's taken us 6 years, but we're doing it. And I want to acknowledge that, especially during Correctional Officers and Employees Week. I think it's important to acknowledge that the effort is there. And in the future, I do not want us to set up a situation where we end up back in this position again. Thank you.
The approval of the resolution, there is an attachment. Have you read it? And if you have, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion made. Do we have a second? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 12, discussion and possible action to accept a notice of termination of the memorandum of understanding between the Oklahoma County Criminal Justice Authority and the Oklahoma County Sheriff. And that is also, there's an attachment if you need to refer to it. This is the current MOU between the sheriff and the trust/detention center for transporting prisoners to and from the courthouse and also maintaining the courthouse security on the 11th floor. Is that right, Sheriff? I say that right?
Yes, we will no longer transport, but we will still maintain the security on the 11th floor.
Well, this one just does the current MOU. It's not the new it's not the new MOU, right?
This is just accepting, this motion is just accepting this letter.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just the notice of termination accepting it.
Right, that's the termination of the existing MOU on that letter, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I didn't want to get it wrong. Comments, questions?
Nope.
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, do you want to defer this until we've heard some of these later items on the agenda?
I'm very willing to do it if that's your recommendation.
I would prefer to do that.
Okay. So we'll move to number 13, discussion possible action to receive information and position from the Oklahoma County District Attorney. Ms. Bahana, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for allowing me to address you all today. This was a request that I made of the chairman to have an opportunity to speak to you before some of the later agenda items come on up for a vote. And I guess I'm supposed to stand. It's hard for me to stand behind a microphone. I want to provide some information to you, and please excuse me if it sounds like I am educating you about things you know, but I think it's important for you to understand all the functions and all the possible effects of moving transportation to the jail trust and away from the sheriff. You know that obviously we have over 1,400 people in the Oklahoma County Detention Center right now. Those are what we call in-custody defendants. Those in-custody defendants are brought back and forth from the detention center to the county courthouse and moved up to the 11th floor to the holding facility for them to be brought down to the courtrooms. We have a number of hearings that we have every single day, 5 days a week in the courthouse. We have preliminary hearing conferences. We have initial arraignments. We have arraignments. We have preliminary hearings. We have trials. We have comp hearings. We have pleas. So that's the reason for the shuffle, the people back and forth between the detention center and the jail, and the courthouse. We have 2 dockets every day, 2 loads of transports every day, 9 o'clock in the morning, and then they go back at noon, some of them stay, another transport at 1:30, and of course the final transport at 5. What I am concerned about, and what you all know, is how transportation taking that duty on will affect the operations of the detention center. You all know from your service on this board that the jail has many operations that it has to see to every single day, many of which are constitutional obligations that you must fulfill. Feeding, clothing, keeping safe, medical, all of those things that you have to do. We just heard from the chief of the detention center that we have, I think I wrote the number down, 344 current employees in the detention center, and you're needing more. It's my understanding we need in excess of 100 more people to work in the detention center. My fear is that if the detention center takes over operations of transport back and forth, that one, you do not have the staff available at the detention center to fulfill those roles. I don't think, and I might be wrong, but I don't think anybody has been hired to do the transport. So what does that mean? We're going to have to pull people off these very critical jail operations duties to do the transport. We're going to have to pull people that are moving detainees in the detention center, moving them from floors to get on a transport. We're going to have to move employees that are feeding, that are doing med pass, that are checking or booking people in and releasing people from the detention center in order to fulfill the transport obligation. In the letter, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity to review it, but I just want to highlight a few things that we're concerned about as it affects the criminal justice process and our ability to efficiently see people here at the courthouse once they get here. In the letter, I note that the release times at the jail, and I'm not blaming anybody, I understand that the jail is overwhelmed with all the responsibilities that they have to take care of with less staff than they would like to have. But right now, if a bondsman puts up a bond to get somebody released from the jail, or if a judge signs an order of release because somebody is going to go to team or they're getting released on an OR bond, it takes anywhere from 12 to 24 hours to process that individual out of the detention center. That means somebody who is legally entitled to release has to wait in the detention center for that release process or that out processing phase to finish. We also do offender screens. We used to do them at the detention center. Now we're bringing people from the detention center over to the 11th floor to do offender screens. And if you're aware of what offender screens are, I don't, again, mean to insult you, but every time we analyze or look at somebody for potential participation in a diversion program, you know, Oklahoma County has an amazing diversion programs. There are 8 diversion courts. Well, we pick those individuals that go into these diversion programs based somewhat on their charge, but on their offender screen as well. If we can't timely do offender screens, that means people wait at the detention center for those screens to happen, for us to review those applications and then make decisions as to whether or not they are a good candidate for those diversion programs. The detention center right now, if we move people from the NCIC booking process to do transport, the jail right now helps us with pretrial release. So before anybody is released from the detention center, we review the charges, we review the probable cause affidavit, we review their NCIC report, and team personnel do an interview with that individual. Find out where they live, do they have family? Because remember, for pretrial release, we can release people if they're not a danger to the community and they're not a flight risk. And so all of those factors, NCIC's criminal history, whether they have ties to the community, all have to be analyzed and absorbed, and intelligent decisions been made about whether or not this person can be released or whether or not this person needs to stay in the detention center. Right now, TEAM is our pretrial release agency. They rely heavily on detention officers that are already moving people back and forth to do transport, that are already moving people or passing out food and med passes. We'll have to take those detention officers that provide what they do. There are 3 detention officers. Let me back up a minute. There are 3 detention officers that do nothing but provide or moving detainees over to a polycom so they can be interviewed by team. If we have to move detention officers around to fulfill transportation, there are going to be less detention officers that are going to be able to help team do the critical interviews that they need to do to make decisions about whether or not somebody should be released pre-trial. So that's a concern for me. I'm not going to talk about defense lawyer visitation. I see the public defender, Bridget Biffle, is here, but there is a much delay in defense lawyers. And again, I see that as a responsibility of the detention center to be able to get defense lawyers to meet with their clients to talk about pleas and to help them prepare for trial. But I'll let Ms. Biffle talk about that a little bit more. The other thing I want to bring to your attention is many times we have co-defendants in a homicide. And one defendant will decide he wants to cooperate against his co-defendants. We do separation orders when that happens. That means that co-defendant, because he's testifying against his other defendants, can't be on the same pod, can't be in the same transport, because that is a public safety risk, not only to the public, but to that defendant who is cooperating. We do separation orders for people that are in gangs. We can't have one person in a gang be in a van with a rival gang member. That is fraught with peril. That just incites anger and frustration and acting out when that happens. Right now, separation orders and movement of people that have separation orders are done by the sheriff's office. My point being is that the detention center doesn't have the training, the people, or the training to understand those separation orders and how we need to move people to different areas, different vans, for their safety and for the public safety. I am all about us as a county getting along and working together. And Pastor Scobie, I remember you and I had a conversation, I believe it was last fall, when the discussion of dissolving the trust first started becoming an item that people were talking about publicly. And I remember telling you then, again, it is not my decision whether or not a jail trust is dissolved. It's obviously not my decision if you decide you want the detention center to take over the responsibility of transport. But I think, Pastor Scobie, at that time, I told you, please don't take action without a plan, because this is a critical process. Detention and safety of the people there and all the obligations you have to fulfill, food, transport, clothing, all of that has to be done very strategically with a very strategic plan. That same conversation, Pastor Scobie, I want you to consider for this decision and whether or not the detention center should take over transport of detainees from the jail to the courthouse, because there is no plan. There are no employees at the detention center right now that can fulfill this obligation. And I'm looking at the MOU that we signed with the sheriff's, not we, the county had with the sheriff's office. 6 full-time transport deputies were part of that MOU. 4 full-time holding, and I guess maybe that wouldn't be necessary. Well, I guess some people would be necessary if the sheriff is going to be training people on the holding facility and how to move people. But my point is right now, the only way those offices, the transport deputies, and the court holding deputies are going to be fulfilled is moving detention officers from responsibilities that they have now that we're already not perfect in to do transport. So my ask is to think about doing this strategically, having a plan, having a training, having people in place before we start any kind of transition. And I don't see, I might be wrong, I don't see that there is a real plan in place right now. And I worry about the operations of the jail. I'm worried about how this decision about whether or not transport should revert to the detention center will affect the criminal process that is an ever-going, every day, every hour process that cannot be stopped while somebody gets hired and while somebody gets trained. On a final note, in my letter, I had some research done, and it's my understanding that of the 4 counties that have jail trusts, I think I say it on page 2, Comanche, Tulsa, Logan, and Pot County, in each one of those situations, it is the sheriff's office that is responsible for the transport of detainees from the detention center to the courthouse. The reason for that is for the safety of those detainees and the safety of the public where those people are being transported to and from. Unless there are questions, I'll sit down.
Yes. Madam DA, thank you so much. Here's what I'm confused about. So we have this agenda item 12 to accept the notice of termination of the MOU. I mean, Sheriff Johnson knows where I stand. I don't want that. I want it to continue for the sheriff's office to do the transport. But what I'm not understanding is, and I'm assuming, I assume, but my grandmother told me something about assume, but that my colleagues would not want that. So I feel like we're in this position to accept this notice of termination, but there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, we can vote no, but the notice of termination has already been given. So if we vote no, then what's on the other side of that?
Well, I am going to give you Vicki Behenna's position. You have legal counsel who can advise you all. Vicki Behenna's position and the position of my civil division is that the MOU was just the payment for the services that the sheriff's office was providing. Okay? So if the MOU is terminated, that just means the sheriff's department is not going to get paid. In my opinion, and the opinion of other lawyers in my office, the indenture requires the sheriff's department to do transport. And I can cite this to you. It's in Article 4, I believe it's Article 4, Section 7D, says, specifically accepted and not part of the purposes of this authority, that's the jail trust authority, are the following: the implementation, operations, and transportation of any inmates or others in custody or in temporary confinement to and from the Oklahoma County Courthouse or Courthouse of Juvenile Justice Center. So this section specifically excluded that and kept that responsibility with the sheriff's department. So you terminate the MOU, you're terminating payment to the sheriff's office, but it does not shift the responsibility of the agency that is obligated under the indenture to provide that service. Does that make sense?
It does. So I
May I
guess
speak? Sorry to interrupt you, but may I speak? Okay. So I trust y'all read the letter that she wrote, correct? All right. So I want to address the letter that was attached to today's agenda, where my attorney, Vicki Behenna, advised this body, who is not her client, to refuse to accept the MOU resignation that I submitted to this body. Multiple references are made to inadequate staffing and safety concerns. The County Budget Board, of which I am a member, has fully funded the FY26 budget request, and my office made the motion in a recent budget evaluation team meeting to fully fund our jail's budget request for FY27, which includes 41.63 new FTEs for jail operations. Of these FTEs, the need to account for screenings at the jail facility for pretrial programs was likely considered during the jail's exhaustive budget deliberations. If the jail needs to send detainees over for pretrial interviews, my staff will continue to assist on the 11th floor. While I appreciate the need for more staffing, that need is also recognized in the sheriff's office. One of the reasons for me terminating this MOU is because the sheriff's office needs to provide more staffing in the courthouse and the annex to keep the public, county employees, and our judges safe. It is alarming that the substance of this letter tells this trust body that the district attorney is convinced that the jail staff are inadequate and cannot perform these basic functions of jail operations. Our jail staff are highly trained professionals that are equipped to deal with, as the DA calls them, extremely violent detainees or those with severe mental health issues who are uncooperative. There is always concern about public safety when offenders are moved from one location to another outside the secure walls of the jail facility. This practice is not new to the employees of the Oklahoma County Detention Center. Currently, the Sheriff's Office transports mostly pretrial presumed innocent detainees for 5 blocks between the jail and the courthouse. Conversely, the jail transports detainees from the detention center to the Department of Corrections, to Veneta for competency restoration over 150 miles, back from hospital visits, and among other places. Some of these offenders, specifically those going to DLC, may already have been convicted of violent crimes, including murder or active gang members, and have maximum security classification statuses, including separations from other offenders. The jail staff are the experts on separation and segregations, and the jail staff are the ones who currently provide that information to the sheriff's transportation deputies right now. The DA stated that training being provided is only 1 month, which is simply not true. The sheriff's office has offered 7 weeks, and when I originally submitted this, I extended the invitation for them to start then for on-the-job training. So the 7 weeks, which is almost 2 months, this is 280 hours of training, is significantly more than is required to become a state certified jailer. I am confident that this period from May 11th to June 30th will be more than adequate to ensure no training deficiencies. Perhaps the most concerning portion of this letter is the lack of research conducted by the DA before this was submitted for public view. The DA has said that that of 4 counties besides Oklahoma County that have jail trusts, Comanche, Tulsa, Logan, and Pottawatomie. In each of those counties, the sheriff is responsible for transporting detainees from the detention center to the courthouse. The only instance where her statement is accurate is Tulsa County. In Tulsa, Sheriff Regalado managed the entire jail operation under the oversight of a financial-only trust through a contract, and it is only by his agreement that this happens. The rest of her statement is completely inaccurate. Logan County does not even operate under a jail trust. Comanche County and Pottawatomie County are managed by a jail trust. However, Sheriff Merritt and Sheriff Wood do not participate in jail operations in any way, including detainee courthouse transportation. Further, more research would have shown that Grady County, Cherokee County, LaFleur County, Garfield County, and Kay County also have trusts. Again, in these counties, Sheriff Bogus, Sheriff Chenault, Sheriff Derryberry, Sheriff Rink, and Sheriff Kelly do not participate in detainee transportation or any other operations that are required of the jail trust by statute. Considering the gross amount of misrepresentation in this section and relative ease to obtain the correct information, I must assume that this was intentionally misstated to persuade this body to make an ill-informed decision to further the DA's agenda. I can say that I agree with the DA's statement when she says that it is my hope that the detention center will focus on the duties that it's solely responsible for. However, what I do not agree with is that these duties are voluntarily and based on an a la carte menu where the trust or BOCC gets to decide what to do and or not to do. This mandate is laid out in Title 19, State Statute 153.2, which states, every reference in statute or rule to any duty or responsibility imposed upon the sheriff or any jailer to operate, manage, or provide any service to any person in the custody of such facility or any service related to the management or operation of such facility shall be deemed applicable and imposed upon the public trust. The DA says that these duties include attorney-client visitation, processing release orders, facilitating offender screens, and pretrial release interviews. Conveniently, the core constitutional functions of feeding, security site checks, medication administration, safety, and transportation for a detainee's court proceedings were not included in her examples. Title 19, State Statute 153.2 also states that it is unlawful for any public trust created to operate a jail to fail to comply with any statutes or rules relating to the duties and responsibilities required to operate, manage, and provide services to any person in the custody of such facility. With that said, I highly recommend that we begin working with the employees of the Sheriff's Office to make this transition happen smoothly so that we are ready to uphold our statutory responsibility. And to further clarify, sir, because you asked the question, the MOU is merely policy, but policy does not trump state statute. My abilities, my power, my duties are given to me by law, legislation, state statutes. And when the jail trust stepped into the shoes of the sheriff for care and custody of inmates, we assumed that responsibility that the sheriff assumed when he ran the jail.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Absolutely.
Sheriff Johnson, I don't understand why you have such a visceral reaction to me. If the DA has an agenda, my agenda is public safety and ensuring the safety of detainees that are in the detention center. That's my only agenda. So I don't understand your visceral reaction to me every time we're in the same room together. Listen, I am a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
I am trained to be analytical, not emotional.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take things personally.
Okay.
Even though you've said some pretty awful things to me
Truthful
in
things.
private rooms.
Truthful things, and I said it to
Okay,
your
well,
face.
let's just say what you said. You
I
was
said you are.
unethical.
I said you are unethical,
You
and
said I
by
was unethical.
and let me tell you this: by your actions and everything you have demonstrated in this entire process,
To you.
this situation is in between three parties: myself, the trust, and the BOCC, of which you are not included.
Do you
But what I
forget,
will
Sheriff
hold
Johnson,
up. Will you allow me to speak?
this county,
Will you allow me to
no, I'm
speak?
not, because you
The
ignored me.
DA is
I
my.
think you think that women somehow,
Oh,
maybe older women,
wow.
we have a right to be involved in a process. This criminal process in Oklahoma County is my responsibility. If transporting of inmates and detainees does not happen efficiently, it affects everything that I do. No pleas get done, no preliminary hearings get done, no trials get done. The only thing I care about in this county is that this criminal process works efficiently.
Oh,
My
okay.
office also,
Yes,
as
ma'am.
you know, also gets pulled in to represent the elected officials that are sued when bad things happen at the detention center.
And I'm glad you
So
brought that up
that
because
if
you have not once
detain-
ever represented me in any situation.
What do you
As a
mean I've
matter of
never-
fact, you have went behind my back to all our colleagues and told them to sue me over this situation. And so here's what I'm guessing. You bring up issues about, being a woman. Are you serious? I think that's as low as it truly gets. I think that's low for you. I really do. But here's what I will say.
I'm not going to
You
dignify.
can fall back on whatever you want to fall back on. I will continue to fall back on state statute and law.
Well, you need to read the indenture.
Well, the indenture is not state
indenture-
statute.
The indenture overrides. Do you remember the legal opinion that the AG's office sent out when the question was made whether or not the sheriff should be paid for his service, and that is the transportation of inmates?
Yeah,
Do you
come on.
remember that? Okay. The AG believes that the transportation issue was accepted in the indenture, leaving the transportation responsibility with the sheriff's department. With that said, if there are other questions, I'm happy to answer it. I apologize to all of you for this breakdown here. Again, my only agenda is the safe operation of the criminal justice system here in Oklahoma County.
And I'm glad you said it. Hold up really quick. The reason why it was paid is because this is a contractual obligation.
Yeah.
And in contractual obligations, that means both parties are elective in this situation, which means both parties can pull out at any time. How do you have a contractual obligation where you get paid, but it's mandatory for me to do? So at its face, if this is a contract, that means I have the ability to not perform that duty at all. Just like the trust has the ability to say, hey, we don't want you to perform that duty because it's not law, it's a contract.
So, question for the sheriff. In your research that you've done and in your process of presenting us this declaration, what legal counsel did you get?
I have legal counsel. We also refer to state statute. Like I said, my job is pretty simple. All of my abilities, all of the everything granted to me by way of authority given by the position that I hold is put in state statute, and it clearly points everything out.
I guess I'm just curious if you are mentioning within your remarks that she's meant to represent you. Why didn't you speak to her about it before?
Oh, we did. She just
Thank
never
you.
agreed with me, and it wasn't what she
I don't-
wanted. I will tell you this: it's not her will.
I don't think that would be the case. I mean, we speak to our own legal counsel as well, and we take their expert opinion about situations. And I don't think experts in their field give their will necessarily in this instance, because it sounds, from my understanding and from many of our understanding, it is the sheriff's responsibility within the indenture. And we've talked about the indenture many times and the responsibility of the jail trust. You've spoken about those a lot, about what is really our responsibility and what is not our responsibility, with a lot of weight on what we're supposed to do. And I guess I'm just curious why the trust is being held to the indenture, but in this instance, you don't want to be held to that, and you didn't get your own legal counsel.
It was not want to be held. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think it's fair that I not under my constitutional obligation so that I can help you do it? Ask the judges, presiding judges back there. Ask how many judges come and say we would like more deputies in the courthouse. So I am performing a voluntary service without providing more of a service that we are required to do. I think that's ill-advised.
I just remember the first thing you said about finishing this out was that you were under the understanding it could be done in a more cost-effective way, and
Yes,
that was the original
that's
purpose?
exactly what was said. They said
the
that they could do
original
it cheaper.
purpose.
They said that they can do it cheaper. And so once
I just
that
think
was
the
mentioned,
goalpost has moved.
the goalpost is not moved. They said that they could do it cheaper. I said, okay, well, you know what? We can accomplish all sides here. Y'all can do it cheaper. I talked to judges. They want more security. So everybody is accommodated.
I think that's the part that I would hear the want or the will, though, is like every other person wants more security, wants more whatever. This is the indenture. That's not the will or the want. That's what's written. And I think had you taken legal advice from your counsel here, that's now giving us the exact advice that she gave you.
No.
I was never consulted about my review of the indenture and the legal
Sure.
responsibilities.
From my understanding of our responsibilities, we are not supposed to be stepping into your role here. And I'm not sure what.
I think it was pretty well laid out in state statute that. So I think where you're getting confused.
I just think there are other opinions outside of yours that are legal expert opinions.
The opinions, mine's not an opinion, it's a state statute. It's derived from law and legislation and AG opinions. And I don't know how else to further communicate that with you, but ma'am, it is clearly stated that when the jail trust took over care and custody of inmates, you stepped into the shoes of the sheriff. You don't get to pick and choose which duties you perform.
I think it does state which ones we do and don't perform. I think the indenture clearly states which ones we do and do not perform.
I don't think it does, ma'am. As a matter of fact, it doesn't.
I think I'm going to intervene here and thank you, Madam DA.
Thank you.
Do you have something else?
Please, I do.
Absolutely.
I do. Madam DA, I'm sorry.
I just have
I have
one.
a question
ahead.
for you. I'm
Yes,
not an
sir.
attorney, nor do I play one on TV. So there seem to be many statutes that address the duties and responsibilities of the sheriff.
Yes.
Some of them directly state that they are related to the overall operational duties while the sheriff has operational control of the jail. And some seem to infer that, but don't directly state it. how do you square those statutes with Title 19, Chapter 12, Section 513.2? Because that one just seems to be pretty explicit.
On the transportation piece?
Yes.
Okay. Because it was specifically excluded in the indenture. So, where Oklahoma County has created a criminal justice authority to run and operate jail facilities, accepting only those facilities or obligations in Article 4, Section 7, those responsibilities, all others that are not excluded, that are under statute, the sheriff's responsibilities went over to the jail trust. Fair? I mean, does that make sense? All other responsibilities of operating a jail, feeding and medicating detainees, those responsibilities under statute and transport are the sheriff's responsibilities. And when a jail trust is created, the jail trust, to use your counsel's words, steps in the shoes of the sheriff at that time. But you cannot ignore the plain language of the indenture. There's a reason transportation was accepted in Article 4, Section 7D. The reason for that is because the presiding judge and the vice presiding judge at the time the indenture was created did not feel comfortable, for public safety reasons, for the jail trust to take over transport of detainees from the detention center to the courthouse. So they specifically excluded 4 items, D of which is transport.
I understand that. And my question wasn't about the indenture itself. My question was about conflicting statutes.
It's not conflicting. It's not conflicting. The statutes are here. The indenture is the governing body. And maybe I ought to let your legal counsel address this. If you don't mind, Aaron is... this is the governing document that created the jail trust. Okay? Is it okay if or do you want to step in? I don't want to give legal advice to... You're doing great. But it steps in the shoes of, the indenture controls what duties operationally the jail trust takes over. Is that fair enough?
Correct.
So the statute doesn't trump the indenture. The indenture trumps the statutes. Does that make sense?
I do. Sorry, I'm still new to the board, and I just wanted to clarify after listening to everything, going back to your original message. Just to clarify, you don't think that the jail should take over transportation? You don't think that would be in our best interest?
I think they're ill-equipped to do that right now.
Thank you.
I think we have encroached deeply on the BOCC and need to take a recess and let them convene their meeting and then resume as soon as that is done, if that's okay. You have
Yeah,
a point?
well, since Madam DA is still here, I do. So the Oklahoma statutes, the indenture, I know nothing about all that. Here's what I simply know, and I just want to get this out before we make whatever motion. I do believe all of this is futile, and the reason, because the sheriff's office is acting as a contractor. So I don't know about all that. I just know that as a contractor, I am more comfortable with the sheriff's department continuing. I'm not trying to say that the sheriff is responsible, not responsible. I spoke to Commissioner Jason Lowe, which I'm appointed by District 1, and we were both of the same opinion. We are more comfortable with the sheriff continuing with that. I cannot, obviously, if we could vote right now saying we are not going to accept this notice of termination, which at the church I pastor, there was a person that gave a resignation and it went before the church and we voted no as it related to accepting the resignation. Guess what they did? They were still gone, meaning we have no real control over that. So whatever we vote is what we vote, but I just want to go on record saying I trust the sheriff to continue with the transportation. I'm not talking about no indenture. I'm not talking about statute. I'm saying I trust the sheriff, Commissioner Lowe, trust the sheriff's office to continue with that. I am not speaking disparagingly against the detention officers. I'm just saying my personal opinion. That is the reason, is because I trust the sheriff's department.
Thank you. Can we recess for just a little bit of time, and give the BOCC their meeting time, and with our apologies that we run so late?
I'm sorry, I need a motion in a second to recess. And a vote.
Motion. We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? We have, all in favor, aye? Aye. Thank you.
We have prayer, D2.
Yes. If we could all bow our heads for prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today so humble and grateful for the opportunity to gather together. We pray that you watch over us, Lord. Be with us and guide us to make the right decisions for the sake of the people of our county. We love you and we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I get a roll call, please?
Jason Lowe, District 1.
Brandy Mertens in for Commissioner Brian Mon.
Paul Foster, District 3.
Okay, so we have approval of minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion approved. Oh, you already do it?
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. Number 2, District 1.
We have a specific assistance agreement with the city of Midwest City for the Sooner Road Railroad crossing. We have a amount not to exceed $133,432.69.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve? I will move that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 3 is the same project, but the agreement is with the city of Oklahoma City. They'll be covering a quarter of the cost.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have one speaker here before we move forward with the agenda. We have Sean Cummins. He is present.
Mr. Foster, may I get your vote, please? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cummins, would you approach?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Since Brian's not here, I don't really have anybody to blame for the trust indenture because none of the three of you were involved. I believe earlier they stated it was illegal, which is what our argument's been for 6 years now. I'm really concerned that you all have put together this unit, because now you're in charge, so it does matter, that you don't have any long-term experience there. The 2 women have no long-term experience there. Colonel Sanders doesn't have any long-term experience there. You don't have anybody with any expertise in transportation that's getting required to be dumped on them. So sooner or later, the adults have to step in the room because this is under your purview and take care of this. And I would like there to be some transparency because there has been zero about from when the stuff was sent to what has been done. So I still go back to the premise it's an illegal unit, and the only way to force Mr. Johnson to move everybody back and forth is if he takes over the whole jail. So maybe we need to call Kevin Calvi and have him come back down here and explain why he signed the indenture in 3 places. Have him explain what it really means because he wrote it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go back to the agenda. Number 4, District 1.
Yes, Commissioner. This is a REAP grant closeout for our Britton Road project between Hare Road and Dobbs Road. There'll be a resolution need to be signed as well as just other documents.
And how much is the grant?
I believe it was $300,000, I believe.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Very welcome. District 3.
Item 5 is the renewal of 8 separate mutual cooperation agreements between Board of County Commissioners and Putnam City Schools, Deer Creek Schools, Town of Luther, Town of Piedmont, Town of Arcadia, Canadian County, Logan County, and Lincoln County. All those agreements are attached to the agenda item for your review, and this is just for the next renewal for the next FY. I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye. Item 6, at this point, I think it would be, until the trust meeting concludes, I think it would be irresponsible to vote on that one at this particular time. Any comment?
Are you
on
moving
that?
to strike this item?
Yes.
Do we have a motion? I'll move to strike. Do we have a second? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have number 7, the sheriff. Is the sheriff present? Okay.
Sorry, you got me momentarily. We had assumed that BOCC was going to recess and the trust would finish before you guys took up these items, is what he was assuming. So he's not available at the very moment. But if you want a discussion about this particular item, I'm happy to discuss it. So what this agenda item here is it basically it's modeled after the MOU that has been in effect for a few years. What we did was we've changed the dates in the document. We've changed dollar amounts. We've changed some of the names of people that are in there. Commissioner Mon's name was on there, but we just changed that to chairman. That way it was consistent moving forward. Those types of things. And then we removed any references to transportation. Other than that, the agreement is the same as the one that's been in effect. So what this would do is it's modeled after the plan that Tommy has presented to the trust and others, whereas beginning July 1, the transportation piece would move over to the trust. That's why it's not included in here. However, all the other duties that were in the old MOU would still be upon the sheriff's office. So the only change from the way the process has worked in the past is that jail staff would load people into the vans that the sheriff's office would donate. They would just load them into the vans. They're already pulling them down currently. They'd put them in the van. They would drive 5 blocks to the basement here, pull in. Our deputies would open the doors, get the folks out. Our deputies would take them up to the 11th floor holding facility. Our deputies would continue doing the security like we currently do for them. Our deputies would move the detainees through the courthouse to court and back up to the holding facility. And then at the end of the day, whenever they're ready to go back to the detention center, our deputies would take them from the 11th floor back down into the sally port of the courthouse, load them back in the van, and then jail employees would get behind the wheel and drive 5 blocks back to the jail, and they would unload them there.
So you're asking us to vote yes to terminate this contract?
Now, this is actually not terminating a contract. This is replacing. Commissioner, the sheriff had submitted the termination agreement, about a month ago. So what this is an MOU that would go into effect on July 1. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue currently with. I mean, that's. As I stand here right now, that's the plan, is that we continue with the way it has been until July 1. When July 1 hits, this MOU would go into effect.
I would like to say, I trust the sheriff's office, and I've expressed my concerns as far as you guys not continuing these services. I've been dealing with the sheriff's office as an attorney over the last 20 years, and you guys do an excellent job.
I appreciate that.
Transport, as far as getting people back and forth to court. So I do have some concerns. I do believe that we need a better plan. I understand your position as far as handing it off to the jail, but I just don't believe that the jail has the capacity at this point to really make sure that public safety is not a concern.
Commissioner, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the comments. I think our folks do a bang-up job. I think the traveling 5 blocks for transportation, especially when the detention center travels roughly 90 miles to take folks to DOC. They travel 150 miles to Veneta to take folks for competency restoration. When somebody's been at the hospital and maybe exposed to scalpels or whatever that they can hide and come back, their deputies are the ones driving them back from the hospital. Most of those are more dangerous than the situation that we're talking about, the 5 blocks traveling when you've got 40 or 50 sheriff deputies on this end ready to take over. But I do appreciate it, and I think Sheriff Johnson would appreciate your accolades and your concerns. But this is something that is Sheriff Johnson's decision. It is within his purview. So just like he may not always agree with every decision that an individual county commissioner or this board as a whole makes, it's not he does not have the authority to step in and say, well, I think you build a great road here, so I want you to build the road in Logan County that's just north of the boundary, 2 miles north of the boundary or whatever. He doesn't have the authority to make you do that. I would argue that you do not have the authority to make him do this either. State statute is clear. Title 19, 513.2, when a public trust is created to run and operate a county jail or a detention center, that public trust steps into the shoes of the sheriff, is the term that the AG's opinion uses. What the statute says is that any duties that are imposed upon a sheriff shall be imposed upon and applicable to the public trust that is there to operate that jail. There is nowhere in statute that it gives the Board of County Commissioners authority through a trust indenture to do something and exercise power. Case law is clear that trusts do not have any power beyond what their beneficiary has. And there's no place I've worked in District 1 for a long time. Brandy's been here for a while. I've never found the statute that says that Board of County Commissioners can change the rules and roles and responsibilities of any elected official, especially the chief law enforcement officer of the county, which is the duly elected county sheriff. There just is no authority to do that.
Cody,
the language.
I'm sorry, if I may. What specifically is this agenda item addressing?
Well, he was addressing his concerns about the sheriff not continuing on with the other provisions that are not included in this
concur
MOU.
with those concerns, Commissioner Lowe.
Thank you.
And do you want to finish?
No, I was just pointing out that I appreciate you guys' concerns, and I think that the sheriff, is happy to have a dialogue. But at the end of the day, it's his decision.
Yeah, and obviously there's different legal interpretations as far as whose decision it is. You can get a lawyer here who will say 10 different things.
I agree in most
And I'm an attorney.
instances.
Yes.
I agree. And the law
But-
is malleable and it's great, but this is like arguing that the sky is red. I mean,
I
there's
got you.
just, there's no arguing on
Yeah,
this one.
and I totally understand your position. You know, as I said, you know, my concern is obviously the public safety and also the capacity.
And I get that, and that's why the sheriff was willing to continue the biggest lift. The biggest lift of this is not the transportation. The biggest lift is getting them up to the 11th floor, sitting on them in the 11th floor, and getting them back down. And that's also the biggest safety and security issue. And Sheriff Johnson recognized that, and so he adjusted midstream on this and said, "Hey, listen, I am willing to do that, and not only am I willing to do that, I'm willing to move my termination effective date from the 11th of May to June 30th, and I will provide on-the-job training for the 7 weeks between May 11th and the end of the fiscal year." The problem is we've reached out to the trust several times, and it's crickets as far as getting names of people so that we can kind of be ready come Monday to start that.
And I appreciate the sheriff for making those concessions. But right now, I believe, you know, I've been in office for a year. I believe we're finally getting some wins here as far as the budget surplus, as far as lack of deaths. One death is too many, obviously. But I feel like we're absolutely in the position where we're absolutely here getting wins that we haven't gotten before. So my concern is to backtrack. My concern is someone, hostage situation, someone escaping, issues like that. That concerns me. So I'm going to move forward, and I am going to be a no on this agenda item.
So if the sheriff in the future has a concern about a bridge that maybe is in a city limit and not in unincorporated area, and it hasn't been taken care of by the city, and it's deemed a public safety issue, that Sheriff Johnson can come up and start telling you guys what to do. I'm just getting that.
Helpful.
Well, none of this is helpful. So
Let's just move ahead with the agenda item, please.
I tend to
And so
agree
is
with
that
the
your
sheriff that
motion?
I thought
Motion,
this
yes, that is
body
mine.
would recess also, so the jail trust could meet again. I am still of the belief that that this should be resolved with the trust first before coming to the BOCC. So because of that, I will abstain.
We already have a motion on the floor.
Yes.
And what was your motion again? I'm
Motion
sorry.
to vote no.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item failed. Okay, so we have number 8. Cody, are you going to present for number 8?
predetermined on our outcome here, to use a phrase that I read recently. This is actually to amend the indenture. When the indenture was drafted by the Board of County Commissioners, and this was actually discussed back then as well, and there were several people that had some concerns that this might be an issue later, and it looks like it is. The Board of County Commissioners clearly stepped outside of their legislative authority by placing a clause in a trust indenture that goes against state statute. State statute says any law, any statute, any rule or duty that is placed upon a sheriff to run a jail shall be imposed upon and applicable to a jail trust when a jail trust is established to run a jail. That's the law. It doesn't say that the Board of County Commissioners, when they create that jail trust, they can do an a la carte menu and pick what a sheriff is going to continue to have to do and not. It says any. It's a specific statute related to a specific issue. I mean, Commissioner, I mean, you know the statement that's said all the time in law that we do not read into law which is not there. There's nothing in statute that gives the commissioners the authority to put that language in the trust indenture in the first place. So this agenda item it takes that language out. So moving forward, the sheriff could voluntarily contract with the trust to provide those services or not. And that would be a decision up to both the trust and the sheriff. Because to have a legally binding contract, you have to have legal consideration. Coercion cannot be part of it, or it is not a legal contract. You have to have two bodies that are agreeing to do or not do something that they are not legally required or not required to do.
And Cody, I want to make sure I'm clear
Mhm.
in my position here. I'm not against, in the future, the duties being transferred to the jail. I just need more assurances, more checks and balances to make sure that the jail has the capacity and the trust has capacity to do a good job. Right now, we're not underfunded. We're in a position where we need to hire more people. So once we do so, and there's more assurances that public safety is paramount, I would definitely I would agree and move forward with the termination or the modification of the indenture.
Well, public safety is paramount to Sheriff Johnson.
I believe
And
it
he
is.
has, when the Board of County Commissioners created a jail trust, it took duties away from the county sheriff, whoever the sheriff was. It took those constitutional and statutory duties away and gave them to somebody else. But the sheriff maintained his constitutional and statutorily required duties in every other aspect of his office. By this board saying, well, they have failures down there, so we're going to force the sheriff to skirt other duties that he's the only one that is statutorily and constitutionally authorized to perform. We're going to limit him over there so that he can help another body out that they are the ones that have a constitutional statutory duty. Why are we not having conversations about how we can help them get ready for July 1? Why are we not having those conversations instead of trying to force an elected official to do something against state statute?
Are you okay with maybe revisiting this in 6 months?
Sheriff Johnson has made it clear his transportation services are ending effective May 11th. Now, if the trust is willing to step up and agree to a on-the-job training aspect where they will provide a one-to-one employee, which would be us providing 3 transportation deputies and they providing 3 transportation deputies beginning on May the 11th, then the sheriff has agreed to go ahead and leave those folks in place and leave his folks in place on the 11th floor for for security of the detainees. That is the plan. It was said in a meeting earlier today that there is no plan. Commissioner, you know there's a plan. The sheriff talked to you about the plan. You knew there was a plan. And I was told that you communicated that plan to the district attorney before she came up here several weeks ago and stomped out saying there's no plan. She knows there's a plan. What I heard earlier was mentioning still about how it's going to be a heavy lift and their employees on the 11th floor. The jail's not going to have any employees on the 11th floor. The jail won't have, under this plan, the jail won't have any employees above the Sally Port. They're just going to pull in and our folks are going to take over from there just like we've always done. So I'm telling you what the sheriff's position is as the duly elected sheriff countywide in the county of Oklahoma County. That is his position, and I think he would appreciate it if his fellow elected officials understood and respected the statutes that give him the authority to decide how he executes the duties of his office.
Do we have a motion?
I had the same opinions I said last time. I think the trust needs to resolve this first, then it comes to BOCC. BOCC needs to call special on Monday, then happy to do it.
Do you have your position?
Well,
I mean, can I just offer one other suggestion? I mean, this whole thing about the trust indenture somehow trumping statute or whatever. In the trust indenture, it mentions that the trust can either run the jail themselves, which is what they've chosen to do. They can contract with the sheriff to run the jail, which they have not chosen to do. Or number 3, they could hire a private company to run it as a private prison, right? I mean, that's in there. You guys all agree, you've seen it, right? Well, if the legislature met tomorrow, if they came back in and said, it's against public policy in the state of Oklahoma to have private prisons. We do not want to have private prisons. They are outlawed in the state of Oklahoma. Do you think it would be within the purview of the jail trust to say, nah, that statute doesn't matter because in our indenture, it says that we can have a private prison? The answer to that is absolutely not. State statute trumps an indenture. It is clear by case law and by AG's opinions and by statute that trusts have no more power than the beneficiaries that created them. And the beneficiary in this case is the Board of County Commissioners and the County of Oklahoma County. And the Board of County Commissioners that created it had no authority to change the roles and responsibilities of their fellow elected official, which is the county sheriff.
Okay, well, my position would be to defer this item and have the trust discuss this particular issue. So I would make a motion to defer.
When would
We
you
have a
like,
second.
when would you like to defer it to table it to? Do you,
That's a good question.
are you going to recess and come back, or?
If you're going to defer, it has to be to a time and date certain. I mean, what you need to state, what agenda.
Today?
So you intend to recess?
Recess.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And have the trust meet and move forward from there. Do I have all in favor? Aye.
I'm a no.
Okay, commissioner remarks, District 3,
None, thank you.
District 2? I have no remarks. Motion to adjourn?
Are you adjourning or recessing?
Recessing, I'm sorry. I'm new to this. Motion to recess?
Second.
One moment, please, I'm sorry. And when would you like to return?
After the trust has finished their meeting.
At call of the chair? And today?
Today.
Thank you, sir. Can I get that motion in second, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion to reconvene, or do we just call it back? Okay.
Ready when you are, sir.
If we could have a motion to reconvene
So moved.
and a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. I guess I better vote, hadn't I? As we're reconvening, item 14, discussion possible action to receive information position of Oklahoma County Public Defender, Bridget Biffle. Thank you. I stand corrected. On 13? Actually, I don't have anybody on 13. I have 16 and I have 14.
As members of the trust, everyone here has a duty. As members of the trust, everyone here has a duty to keep the detainees safe, and I think that's our main concern. I've spoken to the jail and had several conversations about how many staff or how much they are understaffed. 130 officers is the number that they are understaffed. I think we would be having a different conversation if they were fully staffed and everything was going great. When you're looking at constitutional duties that the jail provides, Ms. Bahena went through a couple of those. I want to focus on, at some of the last trust meetings, we were talking about site checks. We were talking about overtime. The way the jail was able to fill the gaps, being down 130 employees, was paying overtime to individuals to fill those gaps. At one of those meetings, they said, well, we have to cancel overtimes due to fees and due to budgets. So that's not a thing anymore. So where they were able to fill those gaps, they're no longer able to. Also, site checks. When we look at health inspections and all these reports that come back, site checks are one of the things that the jail staff can't always keep up with. When you have a high-risk individual, they're supposed to be checked every 15 minutes. That's, if you're down 130 officers, there's no way you can make checks on high-risk inmates every 15 minutes. So when looking at that, we don't want deaths to occur in the jail. Site checks are one of those minimum things. If site checks were happening, maybe we would be in a different situation. So what I'm here to talk about is putting something else on the plate of the jail, such as transportation, right now just isn't going to work. And all of you as members of the trust, you have a duty to those detainees. And so you have to actually look at what else can the jail trust take on. And the indenture says no transportation right now, and so I would ask that that not be amended to include. Ms. Bahena referred to attorney visits. So 10 years ago, there was a ball court and several ball courts in the jail, and attorneys would go in, and several attorneys, perhaps 10 attorneys at a time, would see their clients. And so there were numerous tables in there, and we all got to see our clients. Now there are 3 booths at Attorney Bond's, and you schedule on the computer to see someone. Attorneys are often waiting 30 minutes, 40 minutes past their scheduled visit time. And I know I always call the jail staff. They see if they can get another officer down to bring those. But when we're talking about constitutional duties, access to courts and access to counsel, and again, site checks, are those bare minimum duties that we're looking for. And so until that's happening, I don't think that the jail and the jail trust can take on more duties. I also wanted to talk a little bit about, we've heard about transports from court. I don't think anybody's really talked about juvenile. We have juveniles who are housed at the Berry House, which is over on Classen, and those individuals are also transported to court here. So not everyone is coming from the jail. Staff will have to go to the Berry House, and they will have to pick up juvenile individuals from there. Oftentimes, juvenile individuals can't be transported with people from the jail because they're older, and so no one's really taken into account those things. I think when we're talking about grabbing people from the jail and pulling them over to the court and then taking them back at noon, it is not that simple. One of the last pretrial Wednesdays, it is not uncommon for us to have 150 individuals that have court that day. The sheriff's officers are going back and forth all day long. The maximum people that can be kept upstairs are 100 individuals. So the sheriff's often, as soon as inmates are done with court, they're taking them back and going back and forth. To address the safety issues, I would say one of the most dangerous jobs, if you signed up to work in the jail, you've signed up as a detention officer, someone to work in releasing or those things. You did not sign up to transport inmates. That's one of my main concerns. I don't think anybody here, if you sign up for a job and someone gives you a completely different job, you probably wouldn't be happy with your job and you might leave. And so those individuals did not sign up to transport inmates. And when we are talking to inmates coming to court, say we have 100 individuals being transported to court, say 5 individuals are on a murder case and they're all gang affiliated. Say some are affiliated with, Hoover, and say some aren't. That's a risk. That's a risk to the officers who are transporting them over. We have seen CEO Kimry stand up here before and talk about shanks that were found in the jail and talk about that sometimes those inmates hide things on them. So when we're talking about numbers of inmates being transported in vans over to court, putting that on staff, even though the sheriff's willing to train those, putting that on staff who didn't sign up for that job is a concern. And again, I'm here talking about the number of things that the jail does that they're lacking, who can't do. I'm not here to talk about the legality of the indenture or any of those things. So I understand while a lot of people say, the sheriff shouldn't have to continue this contract and those things, I'm specifically talking about putting anything else on the jail trust and the jail trust employees right now is not a wise decision. That is pulling from employees. Everybody keeps saying, oh, there was a plan. Well, anytime you force someone to do something, the plan is always to take the officers and take people who are doing other tasks and bring them in to do the transportation. That is taking away. Say you take one officer away from the person who is doing site checks. I think one death is too many. That's even one life that maybe that officer could have been checking all day. And so even taking 3 individuals and in a month and a half from now, 6 individuals, I don't think anybody would say if a life is lost, well, we needed the transportation. And so I'm here speaking on that point. I don't think that the trust can handle anything else. Separation orders, that is something that takes time. While the sheriff is willing to train those individuals, that takes time to look at who can ride with one another, who can do those things. And when we're talking about transports to the hospital and Bonita, those are often done one at a time. When there's a combative inmate, they often take more than one, but also we're looking at individuals currently who are coming over for a preliminary hearing, someone who's testifying against another inmate. That is certainly different than someone who has been sentenced and pled to their sentence and getting to DOC. Those are 2 different situations. And so I do think that transporting inmates to DOC and people who are sentenced are different than individuals who are coming over or individuals who are having a hearing, seeing the individuals that they are charged with. I will also say that it is not uncommon for a victim of a crime to also be serving in custody for another sentence. And so we have the victim coming over from the jail and we have the defendant coming over from the jail. Those 2 people cannot be on the same load to come over. If there is just one mistake made and those people are on the same load, there's a fight. And that fight is happening. And even though it's a number of blocks, knowing that you have inmates on a van coming even a short distance is dangerous. I would just ask that the trust really takes a good look at everything the trust is doing and everything the officers are doing. And I do not think that they can handle anything else at this time. I would also ask, as members of the community or community team players, community members, I would ask you all to put your heads together and see what can happen. I would not be taking the same stance if there were 10 individuals or 6 individuals who had specifically signed up for transportation and said, I want to be employed with the jail and I want to do this job. If someone had put out an ad and there were players ready to go, that would be a different situation, but we simply do not have that plan now.
Mr. Cody, can you please come up and speak to the issues? Reason being is because I think there were a number of things, and I appreciate your words, Ms. Public Defender, thank you. But I think there were some things that need to be clarified.
I think first, and sorry, I was speaking to District 2 out in the hallway, so I missed some of Bridget's comments. But when I walked in, I heard juvenile, and juvenile doesn't have anything to do with this one. The jail trust was created. It was a jail trust created to run the adult detention center, not the juvenile detention center. So really, any language in the indenture that mentions exempting the juveniles really isn't necessarily necessary. Now, at the time, I believe we still did have some juveniles that were there that were being tried as adults. That has since, through federal law and then state law, been changed to where they're all housed over at the juvenile center. So it doesn't apply because we don't have any juveniles in the facility. So so I will say that. As far as the segregation, the jail's the one that establishes those segregation lists. They're the ones that, whenever the folks come into the jail, they're the ones that knows the gang affiliation and the co-defendants and the this and the that. They're the ones purview to that information. It's in RMS. The sheriff's office doesn't have that. We get that information from the jail. That our transportation deputies get that from the jail. So to pretend that it's going to be, I think in the district attorney's letter, it inferred that it was going to, muck up the process and be more difficult to communicate. Well, I just don't see it that way. When you've got the jail that's the one on the front end saying that Cody and Brad can't be in a cell together, and because of X, Y, and Z, and then they have to turn it over to the sheriff's office. I think it's just as easy, if not easier, to turn it over to their own employee and say, hey, Cody and Brad can't be in the same van together, right? I think it's important to point that out, that those segregation issues, while important, I do agree, all of that stuff, the sheriff's office today relies on the expertise of the jail staff currently establishing those lists. So I think that's something that is important for you guys to consider.
Was the question of segregation to point out the need for higher amounts of going back and forth? Is that the point of pointing out segregation? Is that you can't have certain people in the vans at certain times? Not for the fact that our folks don't handle that within the jail, but to point out that the higher volume would put even higher burden on our staff members, correct?
Yes, there's more volume. I think earlier it was stated it's a couple of trips. Oftentimes it is much more trips than that. I also think we have to look at, is this employee being pulled from receiving? Are they being pulled from the floor?
Yes.
Just because we're having this employee now do transportation doesn't mean they get to give up the duties that the jail has them doing. So if someone is working in receiving or working on the floors and all of a sudden, oh, I have to go grab these people for transportation, they're going to have to have a heightened awareness to be really looking over that list. I don't know what the plan is, but I'm coming from a place that if we're pulling we're pulling an employee who had a different job, that employee's focus was going to be somewhere else, and then they're going to be switching.
Okay.
Also, I don't know if the question was answered. So yes, juveniles are housed at the Berry House, but the jail detention center, if they're bringing people over from the Oklahoma County Jail at Chartel, juveniles who are 17 years old who also have a murder case are typically brought down here to the Oklahoma County Courthouse. So I was pointing out that they would have to be transported from two different locations, that it wouldn't just be from the jail.
Okay,
So
and like I said, I was out for part of that. In the sheriff's office, I don't think,
So the point about segregation isn't about just having a list or not having a list. It's about the volume. So can you comment on the volume?
Well,
that was the issue.
I thought in reading the DA's letter as well, where it talked about that, to me, it read maybe as that, but I didn't read it like that at all. I read
that's
it more.
what she just said.
I know,
but
I said the letter. I said I didn't read it like that at all. Not talking about Bridget and her point. And it could, but I don't think the sheriff is here advocating for you pulling anybody off of any current duty to do anything else. He gave you a termination notice, and then he extended that to July 1. When you look back to when he gave the notice and July 1, that's 11 weeks. That's 1 week short of 3 months.
Like to go back
to be able to
these
hire.
comments were supposed to be in response to her comments as well. Yes.
That's what this is. So I'm saying that the concern about pulling people and having other duties and all of this, I don't think that the sheriff is contemplating that you would have people doing double duties
I
like
think
that.
we all know we're having a staffing issue of getting to the right amount of staff members in the first place. So the idea of adding more and getting more is the only other option outside of pulling staff members from current duties. We know that we are not fully staffed, nor have we had the opportunity to get to a better place of staffing. We're lucky to be where we are because of the moves that have been made internally. That's the concern.
Certainly, and I shouldn't assume, but I'm hopeful that the budget board will approve the recommendation of BET for next year's fiscal budget, which includes almost 42 new FTEs for the jail to be able to offset some of the needs that you guys have over there. And I appreciate the situation, you know, that you're in. The sheriff's office is in a similar situation. The difference is it's a situation that you, this body, is constitutionally and statutorily required to solve, not the sheriff to solve. The sheriff has his own constitutional and statutory duties that he is responsible to solve in the law enforcement realm. But when this body was created, it changed the detention side of it to where that was no longer his responsibility. It is this body's responsibility for that.
Mrs. Judge, Presiding Judge Stinson, my apologies. I hate to bring you into this, but can you come up so we can speak for a moment? Now, I'll tell you, it's been a privilege, certainly a pleasure and a blessing for me to work alongside you in the courts. I think we have done tremendous work together and certainly have created a vision to keep this complex safe. And all of our conversations have been, how do we increase and bolster the amount of safety components here in the courthouse and the courthouse complex? And do you have judges that say they want to see more deputies here in the courthouse complex?
We do. We meet monthly. I meet with most of the policyholders here monthly, and that is always one of our concerns. I sent you an email today about 3 death threats that judges received this week. And so that overall presence in the courthouse and in the courtroom in particular is a concern.
Thank you. And to you guys, I understand what you're saying. I get it. But transportation of inmates from the jail to the courthouse is not my responsibility. And it's not my job. My job, my responsibility, my statutory obligation is to protect this building in the complex. That's what I'm trying to do.
Do we have numbers or data on how understaffed the courthouse is, or how few people we are missing or need to employ to further help you all feel safe? How many people are we missing there versus how many we are missing at the jail?
Well, one of the requests certainly that we're working to, and it is in our estimate of needs, so prayerfully the budget board comes together collectively to make this happen, and that is to put a deputy in every courtroom, which would be monumental.
I think that would be monumental too, Sheriff. Currently, we don't have that. We've gotten lots of hopes to the budget board over the course of the years. And currently, with our understaffing and do you have an understaffing issue here at the courthouse?
Yes, we certainly do. She just spoke on it.
What are those numbers?
We just said every courtroom that a judge is in, we are trying to put deputies in every courtroom.
That's a hope.
That's not a hope. That's in our estimate of needs, and these individuals are going to go there. But I think you are making an issue. Once again, it is not my job to do your job. It is my job to do my job. No.
We're all on the same board.
I am on this board merely because the law puts me here. My responsibilities to the community, this courthouse complex, and all of the county offices and county buildings. My job is not to run or operate a jail or handle inmates or the care and custody of inmates. So I would appreciate it if I'm able to do my job and focus on what we are supposed to do.
I don't know if your question was directed at me, but since I'm here,
I
I will
would,
say
yeah.
that in discussions with the sheriff office in their requests to the budget side of things, I believe there's a request for 17 or 19 additional deputies to assist with every courtroom. I don't necessarily know there needs to be a deputy in. I have a civil docket. We rarely have issues that lead to an arrest.
Sure.
But we definitely need them in the criminal, family, domestic, BPO, those dockets. So between 10 and 20 deputies would fill the gap.
I completely see the need for that. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that concludes I'm not cutting you short, am I?
You are not. I was just grabbing my
Concludes
things.
our requests from beneficiaries. Yes, okay. So we can move on to number 16. But we've also 15, there are no other beneficiaries, so we've done 15. It was just other beneficiaries, whoever they might be, and we've heard from all. We had on item 14, Mr. Cummings wanted to speak. Is he still here?
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to remind you that we just agreed to pay out $7 million on a settlement for somebody being killed in the jail. Now, you all don't seem to be hearing the sheriff who's telling you he's ending your relationship. And you've done nothing to move forward, which is why I don't like the jail trust. I don't know what this is all about, but I'm guessing it probably goes back to the $14 million that magically got found. So what are you all going to do to move this forward? I know you're new, you're relatively new. You're the only one I know up here. And I've been coming here for 6 years. Now, the problem is you've been doing it for 6 years. So legal questions. Deal is 6 lawyers, 6 different answers, right? Is that right? So nobody in here gets to grab the high ground and say their lawyer knows until you put it in front of a judge, right? But none of you are experts in transportation. Have you found an expert since the last time I spoke to you? Because I Googled Jim Holman before I came up. He sold cars. He's not an expert in transportation. Who's the expert? Who is it? Is this a secret, double secret meeting I need to be in to find out who the secret person is of transportation? Because you're losing your guy. Like it or not, you're losing it. So disband the trust, turn the jail over to him, or suck it up and go find an expert. The fact that you haven't moved so far is troubling. Holman's too old for this job. I don't know why he's here. Look, you'll need to do something because I'm going to get a bill on my ad valorem for part of that $7 million. And I was back here bitching then about the same stuff. Incompetent politicians, lawyers, and friends of friends is who the jail trust has always been made up of. I don't know which one any of you all are, but it's more than likely in those pots because that's what it's always been. What are you going to do? He gave you the time and no one has moved. Am I right? No one has moved. You can do a legal challenge. Vicky can come in and you can have an argument. That was embarrassing and unprofessional for both of you. That was sad. But you get to do what you did. And then you challenge it. And you get a stay or you move something. You've done nothing. You all need to literally get rid of yourselves. It's a useless organization. I do like you. Everybody else I can do without, but I do like you. You're smart. But get rid of the organization. You guys suck at it. It's doing nothing for the jail. Look, you got a guy finally doing something with the jail you didn't give him $1.2 million for an elevator still. He even painted them for you to make it look good. Painted the elevators and made them look good. Give him a damn $1.2 million for the elevators. Thank you.
Shall we go back to number 12 that we postponed? This is discussion possible action to accept the notice of termination, the memorandum of understanding between the sheriff and the county criminal justice authority. I'm sure somebody has a comment.
You know, as much as I hate to admit this, Mr. Cummings, you're not wrong. This is a difficult situation. You're exactly right. We've heard from two different attorneys today, one saying the indenture trumps statute, the other one saying statute trumps the indenture. I'm not an attorney. I don't know the answer to that. My number one concern is the safety for the inmates, for the public, for the staff, for the detention officers, for sheriff's deputies, period. And the way I see it, we have one of three choices. We can either accept this, puts Mr. Kimmery in a bad position, because I truly believe he doesn't have the capacity to do this the way we'd like it done. Maybe in 6 months, he would be there. The second choice is we get a stay or whatever, and now it's something against you, which I am not for. And the third option is dissolve this trust. So what's it going to be?
Do we have a motion? Do we have other thoughts, other comments?
Well, I've certainly communicated already. My position has nothing to do with Oklahoma statutes or indentures. It's just I feel more comfortable with that remaining with the sheriff's department, the transportation. And it would just be my hope and prayer that some way that this agenda item 12 might take a turn in a totally different direction, that maybe there will be a consideration that this notice of termination would be extended for 12 months. I know sometimes I will fuss, but this thing, you and I have fussed, but this thing is beyond fussing. And I would just pray that there's a way that this could be postponed for 12 months, and that the sheriff may be open to that for us to try to figure something else out, because this has gotten out of hand.
Would it be fair to say what you're saying is you're not against jail taking the transportation over, but not until they're ready? I'm just paraphrasing if I'm hearing you right.
Well,
and ready meaning put a date on it, not just indiscriminate.
My ready, and I don't even know if we would be ready then, but my ready would be 12 months. And I don't even know if we would be ready then, but I think some of that has to do with trying to create a semblance of peace. Because again, whatever little thing you and I do sometimes, that goes nowhere outside of here, the reality. You know, we'll see each other at Burger King and shake hands.
That's
but
correct.
This situation, it goes to some very low levels and some very high levels. And that's I'm not making a motion, obviously, but that is just my prayer that some kind of way that this could be postponed.
And I understand what all of y'all are saying, and I truly respect all of y'all. Like I said, since I've been on this jail trust, each and every individual who is still here and those who have come and gone were brilliant minds. The only thing that I look at in this situation is I hear nothing about, well, Sheriff, you got a job to do. Why aren't we thinking about that too? It's only oh, well, the jail trust has to do this, the jail trust has to do that. We just talked to the presiding judge about the level of threats and the amount of cases that we are seeing in this building each and every day, where we have to keep these people safe. I have to focus on my obligations, and this is not my obligation. And when it comes to a plan, there's been a plan. When it comes to grace, I've extended that. When I gave that, Holman said, hey, could you give us time? I said, you know what? Give us 3 guys and we'll train them. We'll train them on what we need to do. Ask me how many times someone's come. How many times? Nobody. So when we talk about grace and participation, I have been more than reasonable in this situation. And you say put a date on it. We put a date on it. We have. But nobody has come. We talk, well, they didn't have money at the time. They were fully funded. And then my staff argued to fully fund them in FY27. And so with that, we are doing our level best to help out. And I see no attitude to want to help. Frankly, I see no want to want to help. And the fact that we keep saying, oh, push it down the road, push it down the road. If that attitude continues to exist, we will be here 4, 5, 6 years later. And so with that, I don't mean hurt anyone's feelings, and I love all you guys. But Sheriff's Office has to take care of the Sheriff's Office and the things that we're responsible for.
I completely understand, Sheriff, and I respect that fully. I don't think it takes a brilliant mind to know that this contract has cost you more than what you have received annually from the trust. I have felt that, I just thought that it's probably about $100,000 in the hole that you're in on a yearly basis. So you are, and I understand your position about when you said it is not your responsibility to do our job, and speaking directly to Trustee Ashley Robinson, because you're saying as a body, but you as the sheriff, you have to focus on what you have to focus on solely, and along with your team. But you're probably in the hole each year. So the 800,000, obviously, if and when this MOU is no more, then you'll receive 800,000 less, your department, correct?
The 800,000 goes from the county to the jail trust, yes, and then they pay us.
But when you are no longer doing performing this duty, then your department's not going to receive the 800,000.
We're not going to receive 800,000 for transportation.
Okay, so you're probably 100,000 in the hole each year. So as a contractor, would you consider the trust paying your department, your contracting firm, more money per year in order to perform this duty? Because even with what Judge Stinson has said of the need that's in the courthouse, but if you're being paid appropriately, then you still could hire the deputies to perform both duties, because you would have the 800,000 plus it would be up to this trust to find more money to do it. I would think, I would ask if you would take that into consideration, because it's not personal. So that means, I don't know what that number is. Let's say if that was 1.2 million per year, then if it's costing your department maybe 70,000 per deputy, with their 60,000 a year salary and whatever on the benefits, if that's 70,000 per year, and you have, I don't know, 11 or 12 over 10, is it 10?
10 employees,
10.
6 that do transportation.
And maybe that means there needs to be 12, 13, 14, or even if it's just that, I know there's cost for so many other things that exceeds 800,000. And let me just tell everybody, It's costing the sheriff's department about $100,000 per year to perform this duty. It's costing about 900,000, so about 100,000 whole. But if you would consider, if you would give us the opportunity to, not you to present to us an amount, because you don't want it, but for us to at least have the opportunity to present to your contracting firm a certain amount per year to ask if we could retain your services for another 12 months. At least to just give us an opportunity to have that discussion.
Well, sir, it's like I said,
And I'm not trying to kick the can down the road, Sheriff.
But these discussions have been going on since this started.
This hasn't. Nobody's talked about paying more money.
I'm going to tell you this. The trust, they can go and contract with the transportation company to provide that function. Our guys need to focus on keeping this building safe. Mr. Brandon?
That's actually one of the suggestions that I was going to make. Apologize for stepping in, but so one of the things that we're required to do at the sheriff's office is do extraditions, and we don't have enough people to do those extraditions. And so what we do in the meantime is we hire a Con Air company or something of the sort to kind of fill that need. When the jail didn't have enough employees to do side checks, they hired a third-party company. I think we can accommodate both interest here legitimately, where we can still maintain security of the courthouse. And if there's a contracted third-party company that can haul them from distance, there are experts in this business. Somebody asked about who the expert is. I think it was Mr. Cummings. There's no shortage of detainee transportation services. Just hit Google, and they're everywhere. And I don't know how we in the motion that I made in BET to fully fund the jail's request for FY27, that contemplation also kept the $800,000 in the jail's budget. Now, if the jail or if the trust decides to contract with us to do the 11th floor, 340, I think, thousand of that would come out of that 800,000, but there would still be a sizable chunk of money to do, inmate transport to and from the courthouse. And like I said, we have to use it because we don't have enough employees to extradite all of the detainees that are required by a judge's order. And I think that we can accommodate both interests here legitimately, where the trust could contract with a transportation company, and we could reallocate those staff that are much needed to keep the judges safe. I just wanted to make that particular point.
Thank you, and you are, and not being sarcastic, facetious, you are one of the most brilliant minds as it relates to this that we're talking about. Whether it's the jail, the sheriff's department, you have proven that. Served under, this is your third sheriff serving under, right? Thank you for that. I love that. So now I'm begging. If you would hold on, we're certainly. It's already been said that we're clueless, and we are clueless as it relates to this. We can play like we know. I thought that Sean was going to say, "Well, Scobie, you're the only expert. It could be, being funny. You know what I'm saying?" So we're clueless. So I love that you're talking. So Sheriff, begging, if you would consider for 1 year for you all to secure that company for us, because we don't know what we're doing. That's just, that's in all humility, and we can play like we do. We don't. But if you could find the company and they contract with you for 1 year, that way we're communicating with you. I think it would solve a lot of problems, because then it won't be where you're not doing it. Well, yeah, you're doing it. You're using someone else to do it. Obviously, we as a board, we have to figure out, because we're going to pay more money. You're not going to be able to get it done for $800,000 less 340 at 360. That's what I think I'm hearing. Because you still got 340 or 60 you want to spend up there. So it leaves us with about $540,000, but we're going to find some more money. And just asking so going back again, it's not kicking the can down the road, but to consider you all being the experts to not to lead us in securing it, not to lead us, but for you, for your department to secure that transportation. And then we obviously would have to vote on that, and we would have to find more money. I mean, it's something to think about.
Well, I certainly don't want to claim to be the only expert in the room. Matter of fact, my very first supervisor was sitting right there. So yeah, I'm certainly not
Who is
the
that? Who?
Logan.
Oh,
So I'm not certainly not saying that I'm the expert in the room. I was just going to offer that as a possible solution that we are required to utilize because we don't have enough staff.
I don't want to use the word appease, but I have to. We could appease a lot of sides with this situation if your department is the one to make that first year's secure that company, because we don't know what we're doing, man.
Why can't our agency assist the jail in securing that? Because you all will have the money. Clearly, we have the knowledge, and we can tell you guys the organizations or whichever vendor to use to do that. And I think that addresses your concerns.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Sheriff Johnson. We cannot play together in the sandbox. We will muck it up. And if it's your department securing it, then we have no control over it. We have no control other than we have to make the vote. We have to make the motion and we have to approve it. But other than that, that would be like us. When's the last time somebody came and argued at you about transportation on this board? No, they have not, right? So it would be the same situation. But see, if we directly hired them, we would find a problem with it, and we would be in disagreement up here at some point about it. But if we had a year where your department is responsible for securing that security company, it would give us the time that we need.
And if I might make a point, I mean, to be clear, I was just offering that as a solution. You know, as the sheriff said earlier, of all the jail trusts that are in Oklahoma, and there's several of them, at least the majority of them, the law enforcement center is the one who does that transportation. And I'm not saying necessarily here, but at the actual, at the actual jail, there's a lot of knowledge at that place. And again, like the sheriff said earlier, when they transport to and from these long distances, that is by far more dangerous than bringing them 40, 5 blocks up the street where they're about to run into 40 deputies, or even all the Oklahoma City cops are in there. Again, I didn't want to say that was my suggestion. I was potentially offering that as a solution if there needed to be one, depending on how the vote goes.
Brandon, I like the notion. You and I have talked about that. But from what I'm understanding from the jail is the people aren't in place. They aren't even hired much. They can't take advantage of the OJT. So I think to Mr. Scobie's point that rather than to say we're not going to do anything positively towards that as a trust, we need more time. And part of that's because we have a lot of new members on the trust, and that's the nature of the beast. We can't apologize for it. It is what it is. But I think we have a trust membership that is learning each other and bonding each other. And I think we're really not talking about so much concept as we might be talking about time, which is what that year could give us, and let us really study it, ramp up and take it over, or continue if we have an outside vendor, if that's the way it goes. I think we might be talking about not so much concept as we are time.
But to
Chair,
be-
Mr. Chair, let me ask you, would you be in support in leading in the effort to find more money if we needed more money, which we are, we're gonna need more money, to secure a company through the sheriff? Would you be in support
And we
of
would need
that?
more money even if we didn't do it outside the company
Understood.
after the 340 is removed from it.
Okay,
So,
so
yeah,
here-
we all have to do that. So, yes.
So Sheriff, and this is the closest, I've wanted to cuss in my mind, I've cussed in my mind in here, and I wanted to do it out loud, but this is the closest. I can promise you, and you know it's true, whatever company that would be, if it were just us dealing with them, we would piss them off. We would. But your department, you could lead that effort. And again, whatever the cost is, I mean, it just is what it is.
And I understand, I hear you, and I hear a lot of talk about time. But I have spoke with Holman since the beginning of this. I have spoke with Holman from the very beginning. My staff has spoke with Holman from the very beginning. And we keep hearing, oh, time, oh, we're not going to push it off. But that's exactly what has happened.
I'm not taking a pot shot at Holman. I've spoken to Holman right here about some things, and we couldn't get clarity until it was read. So, but you've talked to me about a lot of things over the years, and I feel like I followed through. I also would ask, because we've kind of touched on these subcommittees with the finance and what is the other one? What is the other one? Finance and bylaws. So then I would ask the chair to consider another type of subcommittee as it relates to this. Yes, transportation. I would love to serve in that capacity, to be in essence the liaison. I think it's only right. So it wouldn't be any more of this. I've talked to Holman and Holman hadn't moved. I mean, because like I move. That's what I do. I don't sit there. I'm going to move. I'm going to make decisions. Don't always make the right decision, but I guarantee I'm not going to be sitting on my twiddling my thumbs. If I just, man, I really wish nobody was in this room right now. This, I believe it could work. And then in 12 months, it's the finality. I mean, just the finality is there, because what will probably happen is whatever company that you all select is probably the company that we would continue to use moving forward, but we would have the right type of relationship and communication with that company. Because they're going to be retired law enforcement. They're not just going to be some random. I'm not speaking negatively against CLEAT certified guys, but they're going to be some type of retired law enforcement, I believe. If you're securing them, they are.
Well, as I've said, the jail puts 3 people in our vans. The extension will be honored, and we will get you your vendor. But 3 people need to be in our vans on Monday.
But you're saying that you will secure us a vendor?
We will secure you the vendor.
Can we
And
pay?
y'all pay them.
But they answer directly
They
to.
answer to the trust. They won't answer to us. But we'll get you the vendor. 3 people in our vans to work with our guys to get them trained and honor that extension. And we will get you the vendor. We can have them the vendor, Brandon, because we already use a few. I'm trying to think of them off the top of my head. I've just lost them. Forgot it.
Can someone help in our communication with that vendor, like not just leaving us out there flailing?
We don't operate that way.
But But would you consider that they answered to your department? Because we don't know what are we going to tell them? We don't know, and it's hard. It's going to be hard to garner that respect right off. But they respect you all. And again, we got to pay what we got to pay.
Well, as I've said, to honor the extension, 3 of their employees transport with 3 of ours, and we'll get you a vendor. But there's got to be skin in the game, because since this has started, it's been push it down the road, and the only way to ensure that a sense of urgency is put into it, there has to be skin on both sides. And so I think it is more than fair that 3 of their transportation individuals train with ours, and we get you a vendor.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, and I'm asking both you, Sheriff, and our chair, would the objective be quick, fast, and a hurry to move those 3 out of the vans and have just the vendor to take care of it?
If that's the right way we went, I think that would be the call of however we planned it. That's something we haven't considered up to your bringing it up, which
I don't believe it
sounds
needs
like
to
a
be
workable
hybrid.
plan.
I believe that those 3 would need to be right back over in the detention center, because as Ms. Biffle said, we're so understaffed there,
right,
that they would need to be right back in that position. Yeah, it's of the utmost importance.
Right. We still are at an impasse where we are now, and we have items to vote on.
Yeah.
And
I mean, this actually is the most important.
I agree.
I believe on the agenda.
I agree. I just don't want us to bite off more than we can chew. We're shorthanded and we don't have the trained people, and that's my concern. Not doing it eventually or down the road, but by Monday morning, I think it's a formula for disaster. From what I've been told, not trying to sound like an expert in something I'm not, just simply to say that we have real concerns about safety of everybody involved, and we are not prepared.
We're not.
And you can't gear that up in 30 days. So it's not a deliberate kick the can down the road. It's just that that's where we are at the moment. And I think it would be imprudent for us to jump out of the airplane and not know if the parachute's packed.
Because I would obviously have to vote no, but it doesn't matter, because it's still going to be terminated. But I do think we're still talking about 2 separate things now, and that is Monday. The sheriff's talking about 3 of the detention officers being in the van. Yeah, I don't like that at all. But now we're over here talking about a vendor,
and that has costs. It has costs. That, I mean, however we do it, but if we do it on Monday, that has costs that we can't quantify. Meaning, if something goes wrong, it'll be on us. And because we had ill-prepared people. I understand that there's an on-the-job training piece to it, which, God forbid, we tried otherwise. But again, I think it's more an issue of time, which is what your point has been.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Do we know? Last thing I'll say. So, what are the only 2 options as it relates to leadership over any detention center? What options are they? Does anybody know what those are? Well, obviously, I mean, we're sitting here as a trust.
Trust in the sheriff.
That's
the only 2 I guess private, but not in Oklahoma. But not in Oklahoma.
It'll never happen in Oklahoma. But my point is, if there's a third option of it being a private entity overseeing the jail, then why would it not be a strong consideration of a private entity providing the transportation? But I still would want it to be through the sheriff's department, but he doesn't want that, so I understand, and I guess we just, I don't know if we want to say we move on, though, Mr. Chair, because if the
We're
sheriff
beginning
is
to
saying that he will secure a vendor, I don't think we've heard that so far.
He said, I won't speak for the sheriff, but what I thought I heard was he'll have 3 men on Monday, and the other 3 can be staff of the jail, or if you went out and hired somebody over the weekend. But
Mr.
somehow
Kimmery,
there'd be 3 more. Did I say that right,
no,
Sheriff?
no, y'all already transport people. I mean, you brought it up, correct? You transport people.
Yes, well, I
Transport
mean, we
people to
transport
DOC,
to DOC down there.
transport to Bonita,
We do.
transport to the, yeah, I mean, you name it, Griffin, a hospital. So y'all are in the business of transportation, correct?
We do. Now, it's obviously a lot lesser, volume of people. We don't do that many people at one time. And 2, if we did take this on, we have to keep that transportation separate from the court transportation, obviously. So the issue is staffing. We just don't have the people. Now, I work for all you guys, and if I'm told to do it, we'll do it. We're gonna make it happen some way. We'll figure it out. I've already identified some folks. I obviously don't want to be caught flat-footed, but it is a issue of staffing. This academy that we have going now is going to replace VHS. The next academy that we have in August, that will increase our numbers, and we should be in a lot better position as far as staffing goes.
Sheriff, just to clarify, really, you haven't changed any of your opinions other than help secure a vendor. If you don't have people in the van May 11th, you're no longer going to transport patients.
Yes, sir.
If we put 3 people on Monday in the vehicle, you'll extend to July 1st.
Yes, sir.
So really, the only new thing that's on the table is helping to secure a third-party vendor.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, time's of the essence. Can you give us a cost of what those vendors look like?
I'd have to get with our staff and see.
And just so you know, I've already looked into the private vendors. There's a group called Geo. There's TransCore. I think there's a group called LaSalle. One's out of Nashville. There's several. There's plenty around. I don't know what you guys pay them, but I've briefly reached out to some of them, and just a rough estimate would be a lot more than 800,000. I can tell you that.
The amount we could get it done cheaper, not cheaper.
Not cheaper. So in your opinion, it's something that the jail needs to staff from a feasibility standpoint?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I could weigh in on that specifically because the services they provide are quite a bit different. For what they do for us is when a judge says, hey, I want this inmate from California, and we've got people tied up already doing extradition somewhere else, we have to secure this third-party vendor, and we use them on an as-needed basis. We don't use them all the time because ideally we'd rather use our in-house people. Just number one, we just feel more comfortable with that, but 2, it is most likely cheaper. As the trust experience with VHS, anytime you hire somebody outside, you're paying their administrative fees and stuff that you don't necessarily have in house. Sorry, that's kind of not an answer, but I don't think I could provide you. I know what it cost us. We spend about I think about $180,000 to $250,000 a year, depending on how many times we use them. But we use them a fair amount. But again, they're providing a different service rather than taking them from down the street. Yeah, these are more traveling across the country. So
yeah, thank you. Sounds like we get a feel for it.
And to be fair, individuals from certainly this board and others said that it would be cheaper. And that's why we went down this route to accommodate all interests.
The only point of order with that is these were people that spoke their opinion And the board never acted on it, never discussed it, and never took an official stance. So we can't respond to that, Sheriff, as though we were part of that, because we weren't, not as a board. And I mean, individuals can state their opinion, but not, it wasn't part of the board. We have never taken that position with you in an official capacity. One other speaker that we had for this.
Wait, you say we can't speak on it, and I know it's not going to change anything, but I do want to publicly speak on behalf of this body that we apologize that it was said, and it wasn't just said by the person who is no longer on the board. It was said by, I'm not going to say it was said by you, but it was certainly communicated that there was a strong possibility, but we know it's not going to change anything, but I would like to apologize that that was ever brought up, because, and that it was called into question your integrity of being a team player. So I'm sorry that that happened, and I would hope that my fellow colleagues would agree with that.
Can I say one more thing, if you don't mind? I just want to make sure that I was clear on what I was saying, is that I would assume this would just be something temporary in nature. You know, one of the reasons why I spoke with the sheriff and said, hey, I really feel like we should be a proponent of voting to fully fund the jail for next year is because I do see the positive things that are happening there. And I feel like, you know, when we see that, it's something that we can get behind. And so with that said, I only offered that as a temporary solution. We use it long term because ours is like an EKG. We don't know if the judges are going to say, hey, we need 16 people this week or one. And so, whereas this would be something that's pretty routine as far as, and it'd be pretty predictable on how many people are coming back and forth. And again, based on the trajectory that I see when the finance team comes into BET and when Mr. Kimray and I talk to other people, I can't imagine on the trajectory that the jail's on that in 6 months there won't be more than enough staff. Again, with fully funding, being able to advertise, be able to pull people in. So again, I was only offering that as a temporary option, not something that would be a long term. Again, and I think I'll shut up.
Which was kind of, I mean, also that was Commissioner Lowe's point. Would we be ready in 6 months? I think our issue is, are we ready today? And Mr. Falk, I think we have you signed up to speak on this issue.
Yeah, I'm almost afraid to get in the middle of this. I did see some progress here over the last 20 to 30 minutes. And I think what we need to look at is what is the best thing to do for the people in that jail, for the detainees, the officers, the people who work in the jail, but almost more importantly, or as important, the general public. Right now, we are finally starting to give better funding to the jail, and I appreciate that. We have fought for that for 6 years. I appreciate that that is finally, looks like that is going to happen. But at the same time, saying you have a full or a larger budget for the next year does not magically bring more detention officers into positions in that jail. I think that as a member of the jail trust, you are that expert who could help to hire private entities. So you have your duty as a sheriff. You have the position, though, on the trust that I think allows you to say, I can be that spokesperson to bring in contract people to do that. We are already getting rid of the paid contract site check officers. So there's a lot going on right now. And you might actually be a victim of your own success, because we don't hear in the news about lawsuits that have happened because of the sheriff's department. We don't hear on the news of horrific things happening as people are being transported back and forth. What we've heard over the last 6 years are atrocities inside that jail. We're still paying for them. You still have 3 of those to discuss today in executive session. So finally, we're funding the jail. Finally, the body count, to put it bluntly, is being reduced in that jail. Finally, hopefully, we are settling some of the past lawsuits. But I don't think you need a year. But I do think that the right thing to do, this thing could end up in court, but it doesn't need to. The idea of hiring a private entity to take care of that while the jail is having to replace, of course, the site detention contract labor, and then handing it over to them, even just by postponing this. Just don't cancel your meeting next week and give yourself a few days to have these discussions. We're trying to decide something that I've had several texts that called it a shit show, to put it bluntly. And we don't need that. What the people need to see is that you're working together and that you can do this. I think you, Sheriff Johnson, and Administrator Kimray could sit down and solve this problem and work together to find a private body to hire in and take that over, but it's going to take a little time. So that's what I would just ask, is that we just, again, slightly slow this process down. I think Pastor Scobie is right on that. This time is not right. I think that you're right on that. This is not the time to do it. The last thing I want to see is to return to, and I'm still talking to the families of people who have died in that jail. That is the last thing I want to see, is the return of that. And that bar, that cloud should be hanging over all of you. And if it takes another month or an extra month, fine. But take the time to do it right. And now that it looks like you might be moving towards solutions, give yourself the time to make that solution workable that doesn't end up in tragedy. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we postpone this, because come Monday, with a yay or nay, the sheriff has already made it very clear that there are going to be, there needs to be 3 from the detention center in the vehicle, 3 from the sheriff's department, or however you're saying that's supposed to be. There's no way come Monday it's going to be any different if this motion passes or not. So I'm making a motion that we postpone this because there's some more praying that needs to be done for me on this situation. But it does not matter come Monday, whichever way, it doesn't matter. And I don't believe you've already canceled Monday's meeting. Monday is not the time either anyway. I would agree.
I think both sides are sacrificing with a 3 and a 3, because like I said, my men and women were supposed to be working in the courthouse, because this has been something we have talked about for multiple months. So I think that's a
absolute
solid
sacrifice,
accommodation.
Sheriff.
Both sides.
Totally. And my prayer is that over the next week, we may find another happy medium as it relates to the hiring of some contractor. It sounds like whoever you all use already. Because with me saying that it doesn't matter if we hire them or you all hire them, then it's going to easily be, well, there you go, y'all hire them. But I just don't think we're competent enough. I'm not, that's nothing against Administrator Kimmerer, nothing at all. But I would just feel more comfortable right now if your department was the one doing the transportation. That's not going to happen. So then I would be more comfortable for your department being responsible, not for securing that company. That's all. But you're not, I know this motion is not for that, but that's what I hope that may transpire over the next couple of weeks.
Do you have a timeline on your postponement, or are you leaving it up in the air?
Well, I don't have a timeline. I don't want to call another meeting between now and whenever the next one is, because it, again, and I'm going to defer to you, Mr. Chair. Does it matter right now, come Monday, yay or nay on this vote?
Of your motion?
Well, yeah, once we...
To your point, probably not.
So we just need time
But we're on record that we've asked for time.
Yes.
It's the sheriff's prerogative
Yes.
not to do that. We
That's all.
the most difficult position on this trust, in my opinion, is the sheriff's. He's got to wear two hats, and even more so than a commissioner. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
yes.
So come Monday, if there are not 3 officers provided by the jail, what we're looking at really, or what I'm understanding is that there will be no transport over here. Is that correct?
That's correct. 3 people from the jail, 3 of our guys or gals. Everybody will sacrifice, and we'll work for it together.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second to postpone? I'll second it. So the motion is to postpone the jail.
Next regularly scheduled meeting.
I think so. That gives us some time so that we will postpone this and put it on the agenda for our June meeting. And we would come prepared to talk about it with real data, not supposition, not innuendo.
And if we do come to some type of resolution with the sheriff before then obviously we can call for another meeting prior to that time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And while I realize this isn't what the sheriff is wanting to do, I'm going to echo something he says often. We want to be good partners. That's never not been an issue. Even if we don't agree, we still want to be.
Yeah, I get it.
So
So this motion is for 3 and 3, correct?
The motion that Mr. Scobie made is to postpone this until the June meeting.
However, Sheriff, knowing I'm not putting that part in there, but knowing that come Monday, we have to have 3. Because obviously the transportation is gonna have to continue to happen. So we don't have a choice. I'm just not putting that quote unquote on record. That's it. But I guess Mr. Kimray knows what needs to take place on Monday.
Okay, the motion is to postpone it. We have the motion in a second. All in favor,
I'm
aye.
sorry, I need some clarification because
Oh.
there were a few things said. So the motion originally was to postpone, and then it was decided to the next regular meeting, and then some more was added.
That's it. We're gonna postpone until the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Oh, let me put this in. Or if we decide we're gonna call for a special meeting, we reserve the right to do that.
No later than the next meeting.
There you go.
That'd be maybe the way to say it. All in favor, aye. Opposed?
Sheriff, I just want to thank you for your patience and your willingness to work with this body.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And the sheriff voted yes too. He didn't abstain. Thank you.
I think we're caught up with the speakers. So we're back to taking action on item 12, and that is to accept the notice of termination of the MOU, the current one. No, 12 is the one we deferred. We haven't voted on 12 yet.
You voted to postpone it.
All right. Now, where does that take us? To 16?
Number 13, sir.
13 was the remarks made by the DA, right? How does that require action?
We just wanted to return in case you wanted to.
I see. I think there's no action. 13 was
Thank you, sir.
self-contained.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And likewise 14. And we had no other beneficiaries, I think. Oh, we did. We had Judge Stinson, but that's the only other beneficiary. So that's 13, 14, and 15.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. So we're at 16, discussion possible action regarding amending the trust indenture. The amendment should include but not be limited to the removal of Article 4, 7D, which is the specific issue on transportation.
We have postponed our other item regarding this. Do we need to postpone this as well? Pending.
If you want to make a motion to that, that's, I think would be the action.
I will move to postpone this until our next meeting.
Second.
Oh, I motion, sorry. My bad.
We have a motion and a second to postpone the issue of amending the trust indenture. All in favor?
I still do believe the trust indenture does need to be amended for clarity. But yes, I get what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, we can discuss that.
So we have a motion and a second, right? So all in favor, yes?
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain, sir.
You abstain?
Yes.
I agree with that. I'm going to abstain also. And we have a speaker on number 16 would be Furling Kearns. We've already taken an action. If you still want to speak, Mr. Kearns, you are certainly welcome to.
Very briefly, I'm Furling Kearns, and I'm a member of the Citizens Advisory Board to this. And my concern, since we've continued it, Monday morning, there are people in that detention center that are going to need to be in court. And we've had a lot of people talking about a lot of legal opinions. I have no idea who's right. I'm like a lot of you guys have expressed that view. We don't really know who's right. Everybody's got a different opinion. But when those defendants don't show up in court, there are going to be district judges over there issuing orders to somebody to bring that defendant to my courtroom right now. And I'm just curious to know, and we've got a district judge here, who that order would be directed to. We may not need a lot of legal challenges, but there's going to be a prosecutor in the courtroom, there's going to be a defense attorney, there's going to be a judge, and there's going to be no defendant. And that judge is going to issue an order. It's either going to be to you, Sheriff, or it's going to be to Mr. Kimry. Bring me this defendant right
Dude,
now.
you
And
can have your another 1 minute, 50 seconds, but we've already talked about that. We've already made a decision, but you can keep talking if you want to.
Well,
They will be there.
you talked for 2 hours
I'm sitting
and
up
said
here.
nothing. So, and I'm in my 3 minutes.
Keep
So,
on, but we've already talked about it.
well, I never got the resolution. So,
Give him another 16 seconds, please, since I interrupted him. 30.
I will remember to interrupt you next time you're talking. So anyway, we're going to have a resolution. If you say Monday morning you are not transporting those, and the trust says we are not capable, we're at a standoff, and a judge will probably make that decision for us Monday morning, because those people have the right to their day in court, and they will get there one way or another. So this may get resolved for us Monday morning with just a simple order from a judge ordering either you or the trust to bring these prisoners to court. So I don't know that we've resolved that, Mr. Scobie, but Monday morning we'll find out. Yeah. Thank you, Jim.
Well, I think number 17 falls under the postponement. Would you agree? And that's accepting a new MOU. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah. I move to postpone.
17 is moved to postpone. Do we have a second?
I'm sorry, is that to postpone until the next
Postpone
meeting?
until the next meeting.
Just following the same timeline, right?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye. Opposed?
I abstain, sir.
I think we fall under the same thing
I
in number
apologize.
18.
Mr. Scobie did not get a chance to vote.
Again, didn't you? All right.
How would you like to vote on that, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Number 18, discussion possible action regarding acceptance and ratification of the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Transition Plan for detainee transportation. That too probably is going to fall under our postponement. Yes or no?
No, I would say this is a yes.
This is exactly what we've talked about. This is what we've talked about, where he said that he will provide 3, we are to bring 3. If we don't bring 3, it will not be happening.
But the timeline needs to be modified.
The timeline needs to be modified.
That's
So
a
we will
motion, right?
move to amend. Sheriff, is that the necessary action on that item? Move to amend the timeline?
The extension was contemplated on the 3 and 3, so yes, that would be,
To cover the period of May 11 until the end of fiscal year June 30. What extension would you like added to that, other than what's written?
I think it needs to be added that a private contractor or whatever, after a certain period would be, or whenever they could be secured, would take on that role.
I don't think he will
I don't think that
agree to
works.
that today.
Yeah, I don't think that works today. That's what the postponement is about, to due diligence on that very thing. Would you agree with that, Mr. Scobie?
I make a motion that we postpone this to the next regular scheduled meeting, but here it is. Mr. Kimmerer, could you come up to the lectern, please? Because it's the same thing. Come Monday, so the question is, Monday the sheriff is saying he will have 3 deputies. So my question to us is, will we have 3 detention officers?
Yes.
Well, then that settles it. I mean, we just postpone it. We know what we have to do come Monday. It's already been stipulated. So making this motion to postpone this, that way we don't have to get into the weeds of
Dates and
the other
details.
parts.
Okay.
That's all. That's all.
So you've moved to postpone this until the next meeting,
Or the next.
just whenever the next meeting
Yeah,
is.
whenever.
Thank you, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I will
All in-
abstain, sir.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Ms. Robinson, thank you, ma'am.
19, likewise, this has to do with the vehicle transfers.
I move to postpone.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to postpone and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving along. Number 20. I think Mr. Scobie's more or less addressed this, that determining our next meeting, which was set for Monday, is one that we will not have, but we will meet at our regular time in June. Is that fair to say? Is everybody agreeable to that?
Yes.
Do we need a motion to accept that? Not really, do we? I don't think so. All right, number 21, discussion possible action to approve a donation agreement between Oklahoma County Criminal Justice Authority and the Arnall Family Foundation. I'm familiar with this. I don't know, Mr. Kimmerer, if you want to give just a couple sentences of explanation of what's going on here. This is a good thing. We've had a tough day, but this is a nice thing to talk about.
Yes, this is just an agreement where they would help us take care of the cost for paying for employees' meals once a day over there.
I move to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
For an added element of discussion, I just want to say thank you to the Arnold Family Foundation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We've written a letter to that effect.
Yeah, I wanted it public.
And I think we've covered number 22, have we not?
Mr. Scobie,
Yeah.
may I have your vote,
So
please,
it's,
sir?
we need a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All in favor?
Yes.
And we're adjourned. You said something?
You said we're recessed.
We are adjourned to executive session.
We doing this?
Okay, is there a motion to return to regular session of the county commission?
Motion to return to session.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. The only remaining item we have, as I understand it, is item 8. My apologies for having to be at another meeting earlier. Is there any discussion on this item, given I think we've all been here and heard the comments for some time at the jail trust meeting just prior to this?
I'm going to, restate my position as far as I believe the trust needs to dissolve themselves itself. This is the only way these problems are going to go away. I think the sheriff needs to run the jail, and they do a great job. And they, as far as transportation, and they need to run the jail, and we can move on from this issue. So those are my thoughts. I'm very concerned, as I stated earlier, the capacity, the jail's capacity to handle transportation. The last thing we need is an issue as far as public safety. So those are my thoughts, and I've stated it earlier, and definitely my concerns.
Any comments?
So you are or are not for amending the indenture? That's what the item is.
Well, you can make your motion.
If you have,
I'm still of the belief that the trust needs to act first in this, so I will abstain from this one. Or I'll move to, actually, I'll just move to defer it till, well, can't defer it because we don't know exactly when they're going to do it. So I'll move to strike the item.
I personally think the trust is doing a remarkable job. I think they have made tremendous improvements. I continue to support the trust, but I created the indenture, and I was for exempting this from the trust responsibility. I believed it was law enforcement's responsibility, or it would be best served by doing it with law enforcement. I still stand by that. It was done deliberately when we created the trust. And so I believe that an amendment to the indenture is not appropriate. I don't think that it will be a cost savings. I believe that the sheriff does it the most economic way that it can be done. And if we go to an outside source, I would assume that we will be paying a handling or a surcharge for that will be in excess of it. If we hire them as employees, they will be at least at the same price that we pay our current jail transport employees in the sheriff's office. So for all those reasons, I don't think that it's a good move to amend the indenture. But if your motion is to strike this item,
yes.
Okay. Well, we're doing it old school, so I don't know. Do you second striking the item? My motion would be to vote no, but there's a motion on the floor, so.
To strike only.
Well, I would just say I would move to not amend the indenture. If the jail trust takes action to do something contradictory, it could always be brought back, but.
Second.
I'm just saying I'm not afraid to make a decision before the jail trust does, but.
Well, this is a very complex issue. As I say, and it's very a tough vote for me personally, in the sense of I understand that the jail or the sheriff needs more deputies as far as making sure all the courtrooms have a deputy in every courtroom. I think that's something that when I was a young lawyer, I witnessed, and now we don't have that. So anyway, so I'm just going to move to vote no.
There's a motion, so are you seconding his motion?
No, I do not second it.
Okay, so that motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion? You were saying?
I'm not going to make a motion.
I make a motion to not amend the indenture.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
2-1. Is there any other citizens to speak? Is there commissioner comments? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
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 pressed for time, but I do want to before we move back in, Mr. Chris Johnston, his wife passed, Dr. Valeria Johnston, probably a month or so ago. Sweet lady, brilliant lady, and he's kind of a part of us in a different way, and so just want to extend condolences to him.
To further that, he has asked to speak at the end. So we were planning to, as soon as we run through these real quick before we adjourn, Mr. Johnson will be speaking. Okay, where are we? What number?
Motion to return from executive session, please.
And do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye. Okay, we're back in session. We're starting at 29. I can't even find it. Yes, 29. We need a motion. Aaron, help us with the motion.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion to decline mediation.
We have a motion to decline mediation, and we need a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Number 30.
A motion to proceed as discussed.
We have a motion to proceed as discussed. Second.
Second. Oh, beat ya.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Number 31.
Was it a motion to issue $125,000 for service or for search?
Oh, I think that's a different one. I think you're thinking of Gonzalez. On Miller, if you would do a motion to proceed as discussed.
Sorry.
No, that's.
Motion to proceed as discussed, please.
We have a motion to proceed as discussed. I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Lane, I don't believe we need any action on.
Okay. We'll skip to 33. That's the Gonzalez.
Yes, if you would authorize us to begin the search for an expert and incur any necessary fees in that regard.
Authorize the search. Motion authorized.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Goodness. Aye.
34 is a contract for Jail Administrator Kimmery.
I'd like to make a motion. We're fully funded, but regardless of fully funded or not, this position, administrator, certainly he needs to be paid more money. I make a motion that we move his 2-year contract. We move him to $140,000 per year, effective July 1st, and then $800 per month for vehicle stipend.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And before we adjourn, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. That was very touching. That's why I've been gone for a while, was I was helping my wife fight cancer. She lost. One of the things that we believed in, because we owned a counseling agency, we actually met you, Sheriff, years ago, was we always believed in doing what we can with the resources that we have to solve the problems. You can wish, it's like you could shoot for the stars, but if you land on the moon, that's good. You do what you can. And we've got to start acting like adults. And a lot of times I say it with tough love. I don't hate any of you, but we got to start acting like adults. We've got to start working together. Because I knew from fighting in 2 wars, from a lot of the people I served with are not here anymore, that this time on this world is finite. And the passing of my wife really etched that into me, that we don't know what's next. And you all have families, people that you care about. And we have to solve the problems so that you could be with those people, because this means nothing in comparison to being with those people and taking care of other people. We have to solve we have to solve the problems that we've got. The jail trust just showed we can amend the indenture with this stuff dealing with the issues with the sheriff. A lot of times that the indenture has been shown and treated as if it was stone tablets brought down from the heavens that could not be changed. And it's simply not true. Anything that is created by man can be changed or destroyed by man. So that means the language of a unanimous decision to dissolve yourselves can be amended. It is proof. It is legal. And it can be challenged. And there are lawyers chomping at the bit. I just wanted to raise the awareness because Mr. Foster said it best, that if we got 3 options. He said 3 options. Mr. Scobie said it as well. If the trust can't get it done, private, not in favor of that because private prisons usually have higher rates of issues than public, then we have no choice to do the right thing. So we need to open ourselves up to the resources that we have because our life is finite and we need to understand that there may not be a tomorrow. So we've got to do something now. And if what we're doing isn't working, we have to have our hearts opened up to the fact that we may need to change.
Good word.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
And we have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye? We adjourn.